Yeah, we are grooving it. Try a little something else.
We try to represent real hip hop worldwide. We've been on this tour now damn near 2 months, you know what I'm saying?
I see ya. What up? Who's chilling with it? Vibrant. Got Joe over there, man. I might as well do this behind the scenes, but since you're there, we just hanging anyway. I'm eating a little too. Let you know. Yeah, just chilling. We're just setting the vibes right now, Vibrant, man. Everybody else out there, DMO, saw you checking in there before, man. What's up, what's up, what's up? My boo jumped in the house. So a little something for the background while we're getting ready, you know?
dope setting. I'm sharper than Clive Barker, a Stephen King when I'm authoring evil things. I smoke you like a Marlboro, but I'm a Chiba fiend, puffin' white zombie that make the people dream of cities of gold. Around the world twice before I was 20 years old. Fucking slutty assholes and top-notch babes spending money on O. Offering her from me some coke. Listen, baby, I'm a lyricist, that's not my thing. I slang dope, but not pharmaceuticals, super flow. Yeah, numero uno, cause you know the human cat scan would read your brain. They say he's insane. Listen to my raps, man, colder than zero. I freeze the rain. Hail Mary, we remain. Don't care if we front page on the Rolling Stone. It's in my chromosomes to hold my own. Rock till I'm overthrown. I'm jackhammering raps and stone walls, and I won't fall victim. Draw quick, I'm awesome, incredible, federal, like 40 water, hotter than an orgy. Spot a corny nigga from a mile away. Yeah, East Side, Oakland, raised me that way. I got my 3 eyes open, get played like a saxophone, fracture bones, knees, thighs, head, and keep firing when I hear sirens.
Find your own, gotta find your own before your time is gone. See me all dying alone. I never been the one to crime condone, but who the fuck am I to imply what you decide is wrong? Give a fuck about what side you on, or you'll go when it kills. Niggas keeping it real, don't pay none of my bills. Still I keep at it to feed my weed habit. No season, sticky green, please, I don't need ass.
We developing this rap shit. You got to understand. Me redeveloping this rap shit. Me redeveloping this rap shit. You got to understand. Me redeveloping this rap.
All right. What up? Waking it up right now, man. It's 9 o'clock, man. I'm just playing some tunes until,
You got it.
last bites.
You got it. You got it.
You think you the man, cause you got it.
People always plotting to scam us.
You got it.
I'm feeling that big ass girl.
You got
What
it.
she got might change the world. If
You got it.
You ain't got a front if you
You got it.
give me what I want if you
You got it.
fire up that blunt if you.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Hey, somebody ran up on me like you got it. My people who ride it and let the dude nod it. They the type of folk that's known to snatch a fool wallet. Tough turn buttery, melt like blue bonnet. I gave them a job and that is making you stop it. You can't get it from me, I'm keeping a cool profit. Immune to niggerism that was cool concocted.
You got it.
You got it.
I
You
won't
got
say
it.
her name, just call her Jane Doe. But I spot her like trouble police in plain clothes. Angels start singing when she entered the room. Thick Malaysian, I met her on the 18th of June. A fine summertime day, puffing on a bomb J. She exhaled and truly I'd say she blew me away. Dipped in the candy walls of Miss Majestic. Skipped the antidepressant, her panties the
You got
wettest.
it.
You think you the man, cause you got it.
People always plotting to scam us.
You got it.
I'm feeling that thick ass girl.
You got
What
it.
she got might change the world. If
You got it.
You ain't got a front if you
You got it.
give me what I want if you
You got it.
fire up that blunt if you.
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Hey, I told you about sex on the road, so you kept your control, latex on your pole. Only hit them ladies when
Feeling
respect
that
none was
thick-ass
hoes.
girl.
But homie, this is crazy, it affects one and four. All you can remember about the chick is it was good. And you ain't got no symptoms, just an itching in your foot. Nothing you can't take past, some shit that just passes. Then you start to break out in itchy red patches. Still don't
All
get
right.
checked, cause you's a real nigga. Until those progress into fluid
All
filled
right.
blisters. And
I know.
bust
I know
and pus,
what it is.
feeling like cigarette burns on your nuts.
I know.
Now you're tripping and your whole life is different. And then Valtrex commercials, all of a sudden they interesting. But don't cry about it. And if they ask,
Started
don't
up
lie
like
about
this.
it.
Where is it? You saw this before over here in the house. We are starting up. This is episode 93 and right on time over there. I'm gonna put her on as we do the intro stuff. Man, Last Call Podcast live with Josephine, the Chatavist, in the house, 9 o'clock Fridays, as we do and have been doing, man. Episode 93 until. What up, JoJo?
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's going on? What's going on?
It's not a good.
What's going on?
Ugh. I just finished eating some food over there, man.
Oh, you did?
And yeah, decided to go on a little early.
Yeah, I
You know, I
saw
didn't
you.
play as many tunes, but you know, I just catch the vibes while I'm sitting down here getting ready.
Yeah, I saw you go. I saw him. I got my notification on, and I was like, "Oh wow, he's live."
There you go. There you go.
Oh, so
And you, as you per use in the background, I was going to link myself and do it, but I was, you know, one thing
yeah.
after another. It's
Hey,
Friday. Look
beautiful.
at you yawning already.
Hey,
God
Lorna.
damn. What up, Lorna? In the house. Beautiful in the house. Everybody. In
Who
the
else?
house.
I know
Vibrant.
we're missing Emmanuel. He'll be here shortly.
GMO. God damn, it's 9:04, man. You ain't really paying him. You're like, he's not here on the, he didn't, you're Mr. Slate. Of,
You know, I love me.
just looking for that backup already is what it is, man.
I don't see DMO.
Oh, she was like the first one way back.
Oh, at the top.
Like when I
yeah.
posted the thing, you know.
Oh,
There's a
okay.
little 93 till with this time. All right, so I got a reveal or whatever. Josephine did the graphics for this one over here. I attempted it in the very early podcast days and did a horrible job. Don't even go back to check that out. I'm not going to tell you what number it is or nothing. But then while, you know, Josephine, the graphic artist over here, you know, is doing a bunch of stuff and has been doing the album covers you see there for at least half of the damn many episodes are there. So, you know, I decided what I think would be challenging ones her way, but the ones that I think are challenging aren't really that challenging, and the ones that I think are easier to do, she
are the challenging ones.
she does it. I don't understand what the hell, man. But anyway,
Because some of the graphics are artwork, and then sometimes it's like, especially if like the person is kind of like super famous and has, you know what I mean, and they're still making money off of them. Because like even Michael Jackson was like a challenging one.
Right.
So yeah.
And really, what do you do with that one? It's not as though he's in the lexicon. He's going to be at every party, every whatever. Especially more so now that he's kind of been vindicated. I think in a lot of people's eyes, you know, going to be partying to his stuff. Where does the money go? What do you, I had a weird thought that a lot of these guys, that maybe when they pass away, not even their estate, but when they pass away, then certain artworks are public domain after a certain year rather than have right, because they're not around anymore.
Exactly.
You know? Figure while I'm here playing tunes and shit, I should at least be able to play the deceased ones, for crying out loud. Who does it hurt? I ask. So yeah. So
she asked, how do we feel about Clyde Davis now that he passed away?
Yeah, we could get into that for sure, man. Yeah, I actually didn't know how people felt about it. I think there's a lot that could be said there. So, you know, it could kind of be our first thing to go into, or save it for a little later when we're ready. We're finished bullshitting and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, what do you say?
Well, I had an interesting week. I worked.
Okay.
It's, you know, how it's just weird because in the summertime days seem to go faster, and then some days just seem to just drag. And I think like in the middle of the week, like Tuesday and Wednesday, I felt it dragging. But on Tuesday I was over there on R&T's live stream, and I was over there having a good old time, and I was displaying some of my little projects that I was working on. So they're trying to get me to release stuff, like they said, because I'm very slow to releasing my little projects,
like Dr. Dre waiting on Detox.
But I think like it's more so because I enjoy, maybe it's because I'm a perfectionist, or maybe I just enjoy playing around with it so much that I get lost into it, and then I just go down this whole rabbit hole.
Yeah.
So far, like right now, I'm working on this video, and I'm trying to I'm trying to keep it like cartoon like the cartoon style of it. But I'm towards the end, and every time you get to the end of something, you always like now you're like putting things in place, and it's like, okay, I'm at the end. Let me put everything in place. I got all the scenes,
Okay.
Right now, I just been playing with all the scenes that I've been working on.
Okay. So how did that whole thing go over? So well
Well,
received as they got insight to what you do.
well, no, because I haven't dropped it yet. I'm still working on it.
Oh, you're just talking
Yeah,
about it.
yeah, I'm just talking about it. But
Ah,
no, I got a little cartoon that I'm coming up with. A
and
little,
is it ready? Do we want the Last Call podcast to be the premiere?
It's not. Yeah, I premiere here, but it's not ready. I'm probably gonna premiere it like on Friday.
Give
Next
us the exclusive. The exclusive. All right, next Friday. You heard that, people. We got
Yeah,
the
and I may do a live stream on Sunday.
on Sunday. All right, heads up.
Not this
People.
Sunday, next Sunday.
Oh, next. Okay. All right. Oh, well,
Yeah,
very
not
cool.
this Sunday.
All right. Some reactions on there. So yeah, Lorna, I do want to talk about that a little when we zone in on a few things. And
Hey,
we
Big
got
Rig.
Big Rig in the house. What's up? Been hanging with Big Rigs heavy lately, man.
I'll be busy.
These parties, man, in his live. Well, as late as I could go, because those dudes be going late. Big Rig be having some marathons with Be Easy and John back on the scene too. Check out those guys when they do their thing.
I like Big Easy live stream because it's
Never boring.
yeah, it's never
It's just a lot of passion and
very
everything.
passionate over there.
And he's very good at developing his arguments and everything. Rig was talking about it today. Well, Rig talks about everything, man. When he lets the music play, so he has time to comment on every goddamn thing, and he does that too. But nonetheless, giving his boys props, John and Be Easy there too, man. All interesting views and stuff to go to, man. It's like people of like-mindedness. But they have their separate niches, their specialties and stuff that they do. And Big Rig was giving super props, about the intelligence and whatnot of his brothers, man. And it's good to see doing that too. He was also suggesting, either way, we go on, he does the show with the Hood Table as well. They got a funky little show going on. Mm-hmm. They're on hiatus right now. I think he said he's coming back next Sunday or the following Sunday. But, you're always open. The panel's always open to you guys, man. Big Rig, man. You know that by now. We've been supporting each other. We jumped into your chat from via a brother of a certain age, man, and been checking for you ever since, man, and hanging out there. So very cool. And yes, Riggs gives you a lot of props there too, Josephine. He likes the, I guess what most people like about the show, opinions and vibes and all that stuff too, man. So very cool, very cool.
Yep. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate it. Some people just like the conversation, just like listening to people conversate. It's just like, like people just giving opinions and thoughts about things. Last week we never really got to talk about it because it was happening in real time. And that was the Camilla Anthony's video being released.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We kind of left that the way it was, but yeah, that kind of happened too because that was being released. We could take a look at that and all this other stuff, but yeah.
But for me, like, it didn't change nothing in my mind because when I saw the video, first of all, it was grainy. But what was telling for me was all the people that was, claiming they saw the video and when they really didn't see the video. That was hilarious.
Right.
We even threw all the, somebody telling another story. And then I heard that there's he got a dream team all of a sudden.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you heard about that.
Yeah.
See, the thing about it is the argument isn't this, right? Because what I always tell people this, and I've been talking about it. In Texas, these kids, it's Texas a different place. You know, Texas is one of those places where guns are, legal here.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone has them. They take their kids to the shooting range.
Yep.
Like you can
It's a
literally buy,
culture, like
yeah, it's culture.
legit culture. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
And then, kids carrying pocket knives and things like that, right? But it still doesn't, my thing is why when it comes to our children, right? Because a lot of times I believe it's a lot of with our kids, it's a lot of arrested development. Why are our children treated like they're young adults and
Mm,
other kids are still treated like they're kids?
mm,
That's the thing. Like, what, you know, we typically treat our kids like they're little people,
mhm, mhm.
that are very independent. But we never think about their mental, their mind. Like, are they suffering from low emotional intelligence? Do they have arrested development? Just because you turn 18 doesn't mean that you're mentally 18.
I
The
don't even
brain
think it's
is
an
still
18 thing
growing.
in the black community, man. It's side by side. Got no time. But the things they do now for kids to
Right.
nourish their development and really the check-ins, the therapy, even just how your day was and stuff like that. Versus you got your clothes, you make your lunch, this, uh, ready for school. That's it. There was no how was your day and how's the relationship between you and the teacher and stuff like that. It was like you better like they believed in
Yeah.
authority so you could be getting smacked up at school, but they believed in the authority like that.
Right. I remember when like my son was in school, he was younger. I would call the school, like I would make sure his work was done, and then I would tell him, I'm like, he's not coming to school today because he's taking a mental health day.
Mm.
And that might just, he might just be really, really stressed. Like, these kids, you can tell by looking at them that,
Well, you're right, they're very fragile
yeah,
also. They do have complex issues and problems to go through, but that's always been there
yeah.
in the community and poverty and just uh certain crossroads and things like that too. But I don't know. It's really a tough one, with how kids are growing up and how they perceive the world to be. And a lot
Exactly.
of things are like what we thought might be good. Well, all the bullshit we heard that we told kids to like, you
Right.
better learn how to do this because for some reason, if the grid shuts down and you got to do this and that and the other, you better know math or long division or some other shit like that. Just in case, you better learn how to write. You better learn how to make a proper resume. They barely even use resume. It's contacts and stuff.
Exactly.
So all these lessons about what kids should do. You know what? A weird side note as we talk about this, I was looking at this computer thing just a few days ago, and it blinked on the screen for like half a second, but it brought me it brought me back to the days when the screensaver was the shit. Remember your screensaver?
Man, my
I
screensaver
mean,
is still
way back
listen.
in
My
the day.
screensaver is still the shit. I don't know what
What-
you're talking about.
It wasn't even no. It wasn't even. It was like block letters. If you go back this
Yeah,
far with your it was block letters. The screen was black, and it was like three colors. It was like bright green,
yeah,
blue, or you could choose red. And it was like just your stupid name
bouncing all over the
bouncing
screen.
around, and you were so impressed with your stupid name bouncing around all over the
And then
screen. Like
and then you
you
started to
wanted to
able,
time it properly so
and
people
then
could see it.
and then you started, putting like pictures on there.
And then it came to the pictures. Block. It wasn't even smooth. Like it was just like a block. Whatever,
Yeah,
whatever. However, the picture was taken back then too, and that was your thing. Boy, came a long way. And then the dancing baby, and all that sort of shit came up. You could put music to it, man. People love that.
I think for me, like what I think is the problem with society is that just like technology, just because technology is moving fast doesn't mean the human brain is too.
Right.
Our level of development, like a person told me this one time, and I said this. I told him that he asked me. He said, if you meet a younger girl, like let's say she's young and she has her, she's in school, she has her own apartment, she's just, very, you know, very mature for her age. You know, would it be an issue for an older man to date her? And I said, well, why would you rob her of her innocence? Like, the stages of her life, because like you have already experienced all those stages and she's yet to experience anything. So the question I always ask is like, why would a young woman be with you unless she thinks that she's lacking something or
Who
it's
by whose standard is
selfish?
she lacking something? You're saying?
Well, the thing about it is, it's just like when you're 18, 17 years old and you're a woman, girl, right? You're still experiencing things. Just because you could be mature doesn't necessarily mean
No. I get that, but
right.
in whose eyes are you saying something's lacking? In the girl's eye, or is that the perception of the older guy?
Well, no, and I'm saying that the perception for me, if
Uh-huh.
why would an older man want to be in a long term relationship with an adolescent? Because that's pretty much what it is.
So there's a couple things with that then. Well, one with this case that is fucking too close to me, because I work with dude. I think he went out with this real young chick, like super young, no experiences, and over the summer, of course, put a baby in her. And she
Hmm.
didn't even go to college yet, nothing like that. I'm not too close with dude, but it's my personal opinion. I'll just wrap it up. His personal opinion is like he kind of trapped that chick.
Right.
That he's real. He's not even real confident about himself like that. I think he saw something that he could trap. It was a lack of exposure and things like that too. To me, that's the wrong way to do that. And definitely exactly what you're saying, rob her of her experiences and stuff like that too. At the same time, I think the older guys got to let her know, like, look, even if we got this chemistry and everything's good like that, I still want you to experience the stuff that, and in a sense, what you're saying, not rob
Yeah.
you from those experiences. I think it should be open. I think it should be for the woman's decision, but
Right.
still being young, you don't know what you want. People switch careers and stuff, especially these days.
Hmm.
Used to die, used to retire doing whatever the hell you did. Now you might do it for 3, 5 years, 10 years in the same place. A lot of the times, a lot of people are like, damn, you're a vet in there,
Right.
but um I think if she's an adult and you go in and have these conversations, like, what does this really look like? At the same time, I think there's a level of society here that doesn't even give a shit anymore about the perception. Those lines have been blurred.
Exactly.
Morality isn't necessarily the thing to uphold, because everybody seems to have their own shit and everything like that, and the way that they're going to perceive you. So, for me, that's not a cool thing. I couldn't even think of a situation where it would just be like
But the fact
on
that
equal footings and everything like that.
the fact that a man will put himself out there to be a candidate is kind of like bothersome, because in my mind it's kind of like predatorial. Like, it's not as if, because typically you meet women
Right, I see what you're saying.
in certain situations, like when
Yeah,
you're
you're
dating,
like you're
like
like it
meet them
doesn't
at
just
the
come up. It doesn't
yeah,
just come up and like, hey, yeah, hunting.
you have to be kind of like preying on her, like she was a neighbor or somebody that a family relative or whatever.
Yeah,
And exactly, Lauren. And sometimes it's about control. It's like, okay, if this older woman, she might have, I can mold her into being what I want her to be. Like,
and part of that,
it's,
let's not act like there isn't a culture of these types of young girls,
yeah,
who,
they
lack
prey
of
on
better
older
word,
men
prey back
too.
on these older dudes, and they do it for
Yeah, that's what
material means and that stuff too.
that's what I was saying. I was explaining to the guy. I was like, hey, what would an older, if a young girl is wanting to be with you, it's financial. Like, is there a security? Because that's basically what women see anyway, is some form of security. But if she's young and she's seeking, you, she's not looking for like a house, and she's not trying to be in the house,
Right.
cooking or anything like that. She wants to go shopping. She
Go
wants
fine
to,
dining.
yeah,
All
she
that
wants
sort
to
of
eat
shit.
good. She don't want to be in the house with you,
Put that
cooking,
dessert on
cleaning, and
Instagram.
serving you.
Yeah.
And that's real. That's why a lot of women. That's why there's a group of women who just prefer to be side chicks because they don't want that responsibility.
Yeah.
They want to date, and they don't really want.
It's a business. It's a side chick for a few. They could have a few in the roster.
Yeah. So like some of them women don't mind being side chicks because once especially if she has a level of independence, you know what I mean? She's already on her own. She does, she only has to answer to herself.
Right.
She don't need somebody to come fix anything.
Buddy to answer to, go and come as she please, gets tricks and treats from it. Yeah. I get all that.
I was playing around with Mr. Chavez today, and I said, you know what? You should just take me shopping tomorrow. And he was like, "Are you joking? Because you sound like, those women." I was like,
"It's a shopping spree at Dollar General."
And then I was like, "No, I just need some tennis shoes. You gonna buy me some?" He's like, "You just say that. Is that what you want?"
It's like to be treated. Also, test out the boundaries, get some elbow room happening in there. Get it?
Nah, I just want to, but I just want to go out with them and just, look around, and just go, like, not just like go, like
get a
shopping for myself, but yeah, just like let's go and just buy some things just because.
I hear you, man. I hear you.
You know what I'm saying? You ever do that? Just like let's just go and just buy some things just because.
Not trying to shower a chick with stuff, but
but I'm just saying, buy us some things. Yeah.
Just being out. Yeah.
Like if you go out and you buy some cologne, like I'll buy some perfume. You know what I mean? We just going out.
Yeah, I hear you. Just good to do that stuff once in a while.
And then stop at Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
I went to Buc-ee's last week. Right?
Buc-ee's.
I went to Buc-ee's last week because I remember I told you I had to get up at like 5 in the morning. So we went to the park, and on our way back there was a Buc-ee's, and he was like, "You want some Buc-ee's?" I was like, "Yes, I do. Yes, I do."
Take a little road trip, huh?
Yes, I do. I would like a pulled pork sandwich.
Pulled pork sandwich.
Yeah.
All right.
I think the one in our neighborhood is better. Like closer. The one is like because there's like about a few of them closer to me.
They were just
but the other one, the other one,
like it was acres and like fucking 50 pumps or like some crazy shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like seven. It's like I told you. It's like 10 7-Elevens like put in one place. Like if I was to walk through that place, it would be something.
Joe just having a field day over there.
Man, Buc-ee's, it's the summertime. You should stop at Buc-ee's and get you some brisket. I ain't even got to cook brisket or nothing.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. There's a lot of stuff to eat. Good time for seafood and stuff like that. All my business stuff. I did a little was at a dinner last night, a formal dinner. Got the chicken when I should have got the fish because it looked so damn good. And yeah, man, good time to be out and getting that sort of stuff. For me, summertime is like for the lighter shit, the fish and even the Mexican
you don't want nothing really heavy.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I think that's what I'll do. I think we'll just like go out to dinner or tomorrow and go a little shopping or whatever. I want to head over to HEB. If anybody knows what that is, like that's like really popular here in Texas. It's just called HEB. I can't tell you what there's no initial, nothing. Like you
Are you
don't. I
sure?
don't.
It's
Yeah.
got to stand for something. Well,
I don't even know what it stands for. It just says HEB. That's it.
yeah, all right. All right.
That's all, like it's all it's called. Like if you look it up, it's HEB. That's it.
All right.
But they got like small ones. I never seen a small one before, so I was in like way on the other side of town, and I saw a small one, and I was shocked. I was like, oh wow. I thought it was going to be big, and because there's like really big ones, like it has everything in it.
All right.
So
Gotcha. And Lorna says Dolly Parton.
They ain't gonna be able to compete with Buc-ee's.
I don't know. Dolly Parton got a lot of love. I love. If it was close, I'd choose the Dolly Parton gas station
Why?
over Buc-ee's.
No, you going to Buc-ee's.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, yeah. Just because.
Buc-ee's.
Just so you could sing the song. Like, they should have it like a national song too.
They really should. That was a good song those guys freaking did, man. Over there too. So, yeah.
And then, he had to go to the doctor this week. And
the doctor.
So I was like, I said, I got my My Chart back, and it said that, I need to take some little bit of vitamin D, you know what I'm saying? And I had
you had vitamin D. What happened?
Yeah, listen, that's, they know they weren't talking about that D, I was like, I get enough of that, you know what I mean? I mean.
All right. I thought you would to tell him what more. You could bring a note from the doctor home to your husband.
Yeah, be like, you know what? I did tell her. I was like, hey, the doctor said, listen, this is how I did it. This is how I did it. I went over there to him. I was like, the doctor said that my vitamin D is low and I need some more vitamin D. And I just looked at him. He just looked at me and just shook his head.
He's like, let's go right now. Injections right now.
Yeah, no, I can't wake up. I'll wake up the beast. I'll get what I asked for. So I gotta calm down.
Right, just take your vitamins. Just take your vitamins then.
So cool. But it's quite common for us when we get older that our vitamin D drops. Like people don't really realize that. Yeah.
God damn. I'm a mess right now, man. Back hurting, all this stupid shit. Yeah, man. I didn't even do anything to hurt it the first time. The second time, which was this morning when I started feeling a little better. Since I went out, I was going to put my the shoes that I use, put it away, which is a little deeper in the closet. Boom, hit my head on the shelf, which it was like the bouncing my head part isn't even the problem. It's the mushing factor that made the back of my neck just crank. And then that whole shit happened, man. And I'm like, fuck it. Pain.
And then, and then like today, I found out, like I realized it the other day when I was driving. I was like, my AC is not cooling. So the first thing I did was check the fuse. I looked at the fuse and looked at the height. Then I checked the air, and then it didn't dawn on me. Like, this is the first thing I should have checked.
Oh boy.
How much
AC button wasn't pressed. Oh, okay.
No, shut up.
I don't know your level. I don't know your level of competency. That's where I'm starting with you.
Look, you tried to play me.
The light was on.
He tried to play me. Like he's like, you know what? You don't know enough about cars. You know what I'm saying? You just all you can do is push the button. No, but I need to put coolant in my because I looked at it and I'm because it's supposed to be kind of clear, but when you
that stalls cars, man. You're lucky you caught it early enough.
Yeah, so I seen it and I was just like, dang, this is low. I'm like, man, that's crazy. I don't even remember like it probably had that same amount that was there when the car was like, brand
Yeah,
new.
yeah.
So yeah, so tomorrow I'm
Plus, it's
gonna
hot as
I
shit
should go
where you're
out and
from
buy
too,
quick.
man. Should just
Huh?
be shit's hot as shit where you're from too, man. So it's
Man, it
probably
just started though. Like it
evaporating and
just
shit.
started though. So
Okay.
so it did. Yeah, it started. So I think I kind of felt it a little bit because I thought it was me, but I think I kind of felt it.
Okay.
But when Mr. Chattervis took my car today, he was like, "Oh my god!" And then I got in. I was like, "Damn, the heat is on." He was like, "No." I was like, "Oh, okay. Let me figure this out because it's my vehicle." So I'm like,
There you
So yeah, so I just gotta buy some coolant tomorrow.
go. All
Put it
right.
in.
All right. You know what
I
you're
didn't
doing
do it
there.
today because I didn't want my car is running. Like my car was hot, so I didn't feel like waiting for it to cool. I said, well, it won't be on tomorrow, so I'll
Listen,
go.
if that thing goes all the way down, that's a stall, so you could keep putting it on the back burner like I've done a few times until
No,
whatever.
I'm not going to drive it until I put coolant in it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So yeah, and then it's an SUV too. I ain't doing all that. I ain't going to do all that. Cause I can't drive around with no AC. That's insane.
I hear you. Well,
And
I
I have
like
to
windows
check.
down.
There's no leak or anything. It's just that over time, it's just you know. But the weird part is, I just had the oil change. They didn't even check it. That's what
Isn't that some
pissed
weird
me
shit
off.
sometimes? That does piss me off, man. You pay for that. It says oil, lube, filter, the fucking top off is supposed to be included. And that pisses me off like shortly after you need some window wiper fluid. You're like, the fuck?
Man, I remember one time I went to the dealership because I put my own filters in because I'm not paying money for $25 for them to put a filter in my
Sure.
car.
Yeah.
That's like $50 because my car has
That
two
is some bullshit.
filters. See, I didn't know my car had two filters until one day the guy walks up to me with this filter, right? Because I had changed the one in the under the hood. And he walks up to me and he's like, "You need a new filter." And it had like crumbs on it. And I flipped it over and I was like, "Oh, I'll change it." But he didn't want to tell me where it was. It's under the glove box. He
Pretty
didn't want to
sneaky.
tell me where it was because he was like, I said, "Well, where did you get that filter from?" And he was like, "Oh, it's in the inside of your car."
He's
And I'm
like,
like,
ching,
"Where?"
ching. Yeah, yeah.
So I was like, "Forget that shit." So of course, I looked that shit up, right? And I said, "Oh, it's right there." I said, "Okay," So I took the glove box off and
Look at Joe.
yeah, like right now I need to, because sometimes when you go to the even when you go put oil in your car, they'll change the filter under the hood, but they won't change the filter under the glove box.
Right.
Some of them don't even know it's there. Like because it's a lot of different cars go in there.
Mhm.
So I gotta buy a filter for my glove box too. But it's like cheap, you know what I'm saying? Filters are like inexpensive. I'm not paying $50. I'm not paying
Yeah.
$25 for them to put windshield wipers on my car because I know how to do it myself. I'm not doing
Look
none
at
of
little Miss Do It herself. Damn. Damn, Joe's a tough one. You ain't all by myself.
that. But I had a dad, that's why.
Oh, ouch. All right. I know that stuff, by example, you do pick up things, man.
Yeah, that like I know how to change my own battery. I don't change my tires anymore because I'm like too old for all that.
God damn.
But like
I
I
ain't
have
even changing a tire, man. Not even a donut. I'm not even crouching if I don't have to.
man, not anymore. Like I have listen, I have road assistance. They you guys are coming
Yeah.
out.
When you get older, you get road assistance. Exactly.
Yeah, like when you're young, I remember one time I was so mad because I was somewhere and nobody would come to help me change my tire. So I went over and I didn't even have, it was dark too. And I was pissed off because they was like, just leave it there and just go home and then come back tomorrow and we'll figure it out. I was like, no, I want my car today. So I walked over to like the Walmart and I went and bought a jack that like pumps up with your foot. And then I bought a flashlight
Damn, they're probably like, look at who the hell is this lady?
And
What up, Tay
I
Bay?
had the tool. I took that tire off and put my donut on there and went home. I was so mad. They was like, we'll do it tomorrow. I was like, no, we don't do it today. You ain't finna leave my car over here.
Listen, and if you get trapped, worst time is like on the highway. I remember a couple times with my back, the tire out towards traffic was the one. What up, Melanated? Good to see you guys, man. Tay baby. And Melanated in the house too, man. Everybody else. Yeah, if I could pay somebody else to do it these days, that's where it is. And it's just more convenient because back in the day, you used to wait for a tow truck or whatever. And then it was like, you got to tow it here. Tow trucks, first of all. I don't know when you had to tow some shit lately. God damn, these guys are making a fortune. Fortune just to do shit. Towing cars, all that shit, man. Just the back and forth and all that. They got a nice little ring. In some cities, it gets violent, man. The way that shit
I used to watch this show called what was it? Parking Wars. Oh man, that show was so good. It was like, I think they were out of Philadelphia I forgot the other place. But that show was really good. They was like putting tickets. And I said, damn, if I was young, I would love it. But then I wouldn't want to be harassed by people that I put tickets on their car.
And they catch you. That's like the worst part. I hate it, man. I'm a ticket getting mofo.
Man, you know what? I would just stand outside. Let me tell you, I wouldn't go anywhere. I'll just stand outside and wait for you to park and put tickets on your car.
I swear that's what they do. By the time I'm parked, by the time I'm walking away, they're like, what an idiot already, man. I don't know what it's been. And, whatever. You pay the fee when you gotta
you know what I could do with that little money that you get for
nothing.
For them tickets.
Nothing.
You know what I could do with that money?
Don't worry about what you can do. You can live. Parking Wars. Lorna says it's Parking Wars. It's probably what it is.
Yeah, that's what I said. Parking Wars out of Philly. I love that show. I like when they would go down to the DMV to get their car, and they only allowed to get the paper or the keys, the paper out the car and the keys, and they can't take their car with them because they don't have all their paperwork together.
They got to pay money? What?
They got to go to court. They got to pay fines and stuff like that.
So while it's being held, do they get charged while it's being held?
Yep.
Oh, shit.
Every day.
Oh, shit. That's
and you sit and leave it there too long, they start auctioning out your vehicle.
How is that fair, though? I mean, to be charged. Like, you're already, there's a reason you're not paying the shit and all that stuff. Or in some cases. I could probably do a little better when I park. But park can just be a pain in the ass.
See, like me, like in Dallas, it's really expensive to park down there. So you can park and just ride. So that's what I do. I park and just get on the train.
Isn't Joe so efficient?
Yeah, because I ain't paying all that extra money for nothing. Like, there's just some things I just refuse to pay extra money for. Like, they're just things that I just don't want to do it. Like, you know what I mean?
They changed the highways now, man. It sucks. The streets. They took away all the street parking, all the meters and stuff, and a lot for bike lanes. These friggin' bikes, man. I hate those guys too. They're so brazen. They got the balls of somebody driving a tank when they're on the road. It's like, just easy. Not everybody's looking for a fucking bike on the road. You be careful too, is the other thing. What up, Steph?
Where I used to live, I was spoiled because there was no tolls. But in Texas, there's tolls. You know what I don't like about Texas toll roads? Like, they raise the price of the toll during rush hour. Oh. And that's just what they do. Like, it's like during rush hour, it's the highest you pay. And then if you drop somebody off at the airport, you have to pay, no matter what, a couple of dollars.
Right. I don't know, man. Here and there.
They try to make all kinds of money, but
you
just get tickets for no reason. So
it's bullshit. Sense. Look, man, my time is valuable. All right. I can't bring back the change system. I'd rather dig for change then all this bullshit, man. Find out the code where you park. You're parking. You're doing this and download an app and all this other.
But here's the
bullshit. You got to
thing:
go
why
into this
you can't?
thing all the way over there.
Why you just can't walk that little short distance to wherever you need to go?
I walk also. I do what I need to do to get there. I'm not a waiter. I don't wait for like the parking space for somebody to get out because they're close and shit like that. All right. I'm about, look, this is what I got to do. All right. These people that circle around and look for spots or this and that. I shouldn't have to talk to anybody also for just parking my car. Let me just go in there, do what I got to do and get out.
Well, they got those things where they have the app on the phone and you just use the app on the phone.
So everything's a goddamn app, man. It's stupid.
You just scan it.
Do that. I was doing one. Then I didn't know my goddamn license plate number. All this shit, man. It's always something. Then you got to go back and know the parking code for where you are too, man. So it's all this bullshit. Sick of it.
Hey, Steph. But the thing about it is that like what we're talking about is the level of independence that a woman have, being that she's, I'm just very independent. Like my dad raised me to be independent, like, and just let me be great. Like if I'm good at, okay, I have a question for you. If your woman is good at something, right? And you've done it all the time, like yourself, like, you're a man, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're a gentleman, you open doors for a woman, you do those things. Okay.
I do.
But what if your woman is handy? Like me, I have 2 drills. I call one drill Ebony and the other one Ivory. I have 2 drills. Like I have like a belt and I put both of my drills on each side of my hip. And I do things.
That is stupid. You walking around your 2 belt with all these tools you're not going to use on there.
That's because
nobody needs 2 drills.
Listen, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because one drill does like short, and the other drill, and plus it was 2 for 1, came together.
But you just want to, you just want to wear.
But here's the thing,
cute little home improvement uniform.
If I'm hanging pictures, like I hang pictures and stuff, like I have a ladder. Like I don't want to be like climbing down to get my stuff, so I put in the little thing in the front.
This sounds typical of you and your neighborhood here. Giving each other some little innuendos and stuff. As you do.
Now my husband, he just pays. He'll just pay somebody to do everything. But me, like no, like I'm putting it right here.
No, I get both of those, man. Sometimes just for the interest of, fine. You feel like you're doing something, you're fixing something. I don't know. You're gonna take on the little jobs and act like it's some big deal when it's like
Man,
the bigger jobs could be paid for. I think you're just amusing yourself with it. You're not particularly that useful.
I am handy. I'm taking doors off, put doors.
Anyone, there's three hinges. You just knock the thing up and then you're done, man.
Listen,
you're not making a door. You're not making it fit into the other place as well.
Listen,
can you change a lock? Can you change a front door lock?
I'm thinking about buying a saw table. What?
Can you change a deadbolt?
Yes, I could change a deadbolt.
Have you ever?
Yes.
Are you just saying that you have?
No, I have.
I don't know. All right.
I have.
You maybe have.
Yeah, I have done these
coffee
things.
In here, and there is no coffee. That's weird.
I have done quite. Remember when you have kids, you're the one that put all them goddamn fucking toys together. That shit is crazy. You know I'm building.
That is bullshit today, man. It's not enough that you buy the goddamn toy and furniture and all that shit. Now you're a factory assembling shit.
Every toy is like everything. I think like if it was like a bike, if it was like some type of, it was like even
you realize we shut down all those manufacturing plants. That section. That division so that you can do it yourself at home. It's some bullshit.
Putting that shit together.
Man,
I couldn't say like it would be Christmas, right? Christmas night. putting that shit together is insane. So, I'm like, you guys are only getting one big thing and that's it. Because that big thing, and even when you have to buy a video game system for a kid, you got to set that whole thing up.
You remember setting up an Atari?
Even if you leave it, if you give it to them straight out the box, right? You still gotta plug everything in. They're sitting there waiting to play the game, getting all
codes and shit.
Yeah, so what I would do is set all that stuff up and just put it in the box, back in the box, and so when they opened it, it was already like all they had to do was plug it in.
That sounds nerd stuff. You got to make them do it. Make them do it. That's what I say.
It's I wish I did, but I don't think they have. I don't think they have them because when we were kids, parents didn't put that shit together. But you got to put a bed together. I'll be putting
it is together. It really, man. I'm excited that I get a bookcase and stuff. You didn't even know it came like that. First of all, the way that it comes in the store, you're like got some nice oak finish, this and that. Looks all elaborate. You're like, they just slap that shit together like that, man. It's annoying. And
I remember they came put my bed together, and then I looked at it, and I'm like, these screws ain't even tight. They just lightly put the screws in, and they was like, oh, it's done. And I paid like $100 for them to put it together, the table, everything.
Yeah, that's what I did with my bed.
So I had to go.
And it was an extra fee, I think an extra $100 or some shit like that. I was like, fuck it, just
I paid the extra $100, and they did a terrible job.
Oh shit, for real. See, they can't. I like the professional. Boom, boom, boom. Do it in a way where I was like, yo, that's tight work. Like you did it better than I was. I'm glad you did it.
They were professional. They just didn't do it properly.
I know what the fuck they were doing. I kind of had one of those before.
And sometimes what they'll do if like a screw is bent, they'll pretend like they'll still kind of act like no, that set comes with 2 extra or 4 screws. Where my other screws at?
Josephine Buchanan, looking on the black screw market. There's so I like when they do that stuff too, man. I hired a Home Depot dude because I need some stuff hung up around my house and shit that I wasn't gonna do. But I picked up dude, he was drunk. I didn't even know he was fucking drunk, man. And he hammered through my wall, so I had to be like, yo, I'm giving you this much. You gotta get out of the house, man. And man, I don't know what that guy was going through. He started crying. I'm so sorry. But I was like, dude,
but you see what I'm talking about? Like, I had them put. I had my
last Home Depot guy.
Luckily, the guy that came out to my house, he did a good job putting my dog.
Was he the official guy?
Yeah, he put my doggy door up. He had to build. He had to buy the supplies to build the wood around it, and to this day, I have to paint it. I haven't even painted it. He should have painted it.
Well, you didn't get the paint.
Man, I have the paint in my house. I have the paint. I have the paint, the color paint to the outside of my house because my house is a unique color. I have a paint for the inside and everything, but I painted the walls on the inside. I painted my walls in some part of my house. My walls are like a gray color.
Gray? That sounds about right.
Gray.
Emotionless.
Gray, and then I got it's like rust orange furniture. Insane. Huh?
In my house, you made me remember all this stuff, the assembling, and I had somebody assemble the Nuke. What do you call them? The Nook. Like this little reading thing that I keep getting. So when I move, I try to have this library thing up, and but to assemble it, it's such a pain in the ass because it's like it's like the L shape or whatever, and you do it according to what side of the little Nuke corner library thing. So taking it apart was a pain in the ass, but I decided to leave a couple pieces that were still connected, and on the way to the truck, it broke. So we were like, throw that shit out. So I had to buy the same shit again when I moved, and for that one I hired a professional, and he kind of sort of was figuring out. He didn't really know what he was doing, but he like to the way a professional guy, because there wasn't like a professional installer. It was just equipment that you got, and I just hired a guy to do it. But he did a good enough job, with it too. But that's if it's stuff where I just know it's way more complicated, or there's more parts to it, and it's more of a process. Yeah, I'm more likely to hire, somebody or some shit. You know,
Yeah, that's I am too. But like some stuff, I just like I know how to like I can read instructions. But you know what? I'm gonna tell you, if you really want to know how strong your relationship is, or you meet somebody, just invite them over and put something together. And by the end, if you couldn't get it together, or there was a lot of arguing, or whatever,
I
you
told you to
just
do
know
this.
that
All this.
relationship ain't gonna work.
Draw the straight line. Get the fuck out. No, I'm just.
No, I'm serious. You gotta like, the one thing that I like, about, I think that this is what made me, this what won me over. It's like, listen, we done like escape room. We put things together. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
kind of like we,
You
like
should.
I
It should
said,
be implied. It should be implied in the relationship that if you're going out and you're buying shit, that you're probably going to put it together anyway, or you're going to be around. You made the decision to put whatever furniture wherever the hell it's going to go. So,
exactly.
you should be kind of doing that stuff. Oh yeah.
So what I'm saying is this, if you really want to test your relationship, now if you are in a relationship and you realize that every time y'all put something together that y'all arguing all the time, you just like
You argue before you even get it out the box.
yes, you
It's
just
a
in a toxic situation and you just love your toxic relationship. That your relationship is built on toxicity.
God forbid it's when you got to hold one end, she got to hold another end, man. You guys just fighting. And then you know what? Then you quit sometime in the middle and nothing's getting assembled. And you're walking by that shit for the next 2 years.
Man, I can't do all that. Somebody would be hired to put that shit together.
I ain't putting it together. She thinks I'm going to be doing the thing.
But I don't know. It's just that's how you test your relationship. Just seeing like, what some people. Okay, so let me ask you this: what if you were dating a woman, right, and she was everything, everything, but she just couldn't cook? And Possum is not coming through that doggy door. I'm gonna tell you that right now, because I have the type of dog. I have a breed that can kill animals like rabbits and stuff. And a cat came through it once. Somebody's cat did, but they was met with a very, very, very mean little dog person. So
that's like my sister did that shit. That doggy door, and you have a pigeon inside. She had rats come in all through this door. I was like, yo, you can't you and she had the thing like there's a doggy door, but you could also close it too, so it doesn't swing. And she would just leave that shit open 24/7, and she'd leave the food right there.
No, but no, the dog. So first of all, my whole backyard is gate, like a whole gate. Like it's like there's no cracks through it. Like you can't. I don't have a fence where you can see through it. Like you can't see into my yard at all.
Yeah.
So it's like, and I keep the grass cut. Like I got one tree back there, and the grass is like cut like low. And I get my grass cut every 2 weeks. So I don't, ain't no animal. But I don't leave my doggy door open like at night or anything.
Yeah.
And then if I leave town or whatever, I put, the doggy door is attached to the screen door.
No.
So I don't have it on the main door.
Gotcha.
So my screen door has the doggy door. Shit. I am not doing that.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So that's how I did it. I was like, no, you can put that doggy door on the screen door. I bought a screen door, doggy door, and that was it. So, but other than that, no, I was just asking you. So, you meet a woman and she just cannot cook. Everything she
Okay.
touches, she burns.
All
What you
right.
do?
What's the question? Do I stay
What?
with her or what do I
Yeah, do
do?
you stay with her?
Um, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, is there one? Most people could at least do one or two dishes. Does she at least have a one or two dish?
No, she just cannot cook at all. She
Is
doesn't
she
have.
willing to learn? Is she willing to learn?
No, she had never had to cook in a day in her life. So why?
So now she's going to
She
learn,
sit
though.
down.
Now she's going to learn how to cook at least one or two things.
She's
Now
like
that we're
listen. She makes sandwiches and she eats. She knows how to make a salad.
okay, so if it's that I just don't like her cooking is the other thing too.
Right, like when you just don't like her cooking.
Even when
Like
she does get herself together to cook some shit,
it doesn't taste that.
it's
It
nasty.
doesn't taste pretty good.
I prefer not to make the effort. I don't know, man. It's not a huge deal to me, man. You know, I'm grew up doing shit for myself, cooking for myself. I get food.
Exactly.
I know how to order whatever I want. I'm cool on that front. So either you do, either you don't. What pisses me off is I've been in a couple relationships like this. Old chick, um, getting together. We were eating meals together, and then we're living together. And she's all of a sudden eating dinner somewhere, reading a paper, and didn't ask me about getting no dinner plans ready or no shit or what are we doing for dinner? Just like, oh, I'm eating my dinner. Like, when did this happen? You know?
Man, that is like my pet peeve. I cannot stand a person who like goes and makes something and then sits in front of you and eat it. Like
You gotta explain to a motherfucker why that's wrong, like why that's inconsiderate.
no, that
Yeah.
is a pet peeve for me. Like I cannot be in a relationship with a person who does not ask you, would you like something? You know, like if I go in the kitchen, I'm making a sandwich, I'll just ask, like, do you like one too? And they say no, I'll eat something else. I'm
Right,
like,
or something. You're gonna get an apple, yeah,
yeah,
water, you know, whatever it is, like that. Like,
if
but to
I'm
go
making
and eat the dinner like that, and just to start that shit, because for me to meet you and court you and all that, the majority is me taking you out, making sure you know shit's provided. That even if we go out to a fucking game or something like that, then at the end of the night, I got to be like, you know, you hungry. I'm never gonna bring you back home unfed if you're out with me. You know, and you're never going to be invited to my house and I don't feed you or ask you, you know, you getting hungry or whatever the thing is, and try to get you food. You know, I've been surprised a couple times in relationships like that where it's like, you know, we did all that. You know, my expectation, you know, either whoever's house we're at, it comes around dinner time or even waking up breakfast time. Look, I'm making these eggs, whatever it is. One thing, just a coffee, fine, because you're going to spend that time together of what it is. But
listen, I
you go
share a
from
piece
that in
of
the relationship, but then all of a sudden you're just eating by yourself. You know, I fell into that shit, and I had to talk and be like, "Yo, this shit's like you can't see that, but I think they can see that. I think it's also like that tough girl.
They
shit.
just don't care. And like even if I have a piece of gum, I'm gonna ask you, do you want a piece?
Right. So
And
that's another
if
thing.
I
I don't know
have
if
one
you
piece, right?
modern woman shit.
If I have one piece, I'll split it in half. And like, do you want some? And I'll split it in half and give you the half.
Right, man. I mean, dudes got to know. Even like if you're at the house, you say you like something, I make sure the refrigerator has it. Certain drink, I got it and stuff based on what you like. I put it in the comfort of my place to make you more comfortable, you know? But people don't think like that these days when they got apps, you know, some shit. Meet you here.
But then see, the thing about it is, I always tell people, like I told somebody this today. I said I may not be the nicest person because I might be a nice person, you know, but
Yeah.
I know people that are nicer than me, but I'm very considerate, like of you know, like what you got going on. I'm very considerate, like you know, if you know what I'm saying, if you know.
I hear you. And you should be. Because it should be, and you can't be the type of person that just does things because you want things back, and you're gonna like tally it off of what you did for, bro. I did this for you. I did. I'm not talking about that sort of shit. That's one of the things that I look for the most in a woman. Like if she's considerate, that goes a long way with me, because it's just like how you consider each other is probably the most important thing. Even if you, and that stands for even things from dinner plans to, next week isn't even here yet, but somebody's asking you to do things, and you're considering the time that you might have to spend with that person based on your routine and everything. And dudes
Right,
can't be like, "Oh, you're with this and that."
but here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't like when people like tally up what they, like give you things and then remind you of what they gave you, or did something for you and then remind you what they did for you. I cannot stand, like, don't do nothing for me. Like, because I'm one of those people, if I do something for you, I'm just doing it. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna remind you, and then I fall out with you, or we, stop talking. I'm not gonna tell you, can you give me all that stuff? I've got you back. Like, I'm not.
That is a breed of individual. I know people like that, where it's not even like man and woman relationship. It's just the way that they operate in terms of relationships in general. The way that they hold a friendship and stuff is, oh, I know everything about this person, blah blah blah. When it starts going all bad, you know what I'm saying? And it's like it's a certain mentality of individual who even thinks like that. You know what I'm saying?
But it's all about like trying to expose, like, some people go out their way trying to expose other people, especially when they're hurt. And I just think that, like, if there's like a disagreement between two people, why is everybody named Mama involved after that? The one thing that was another pet peeve of mine that I just could not stand was when people would be on like social media, and this is what I would see, and this is when social media just started. People would say stuff like, "That's why I blocked you, because that's why I don't deal with family, or I don't deal with your people, because, and that's why I block." And so I would come in the chat and I would say, if you block them, they can't see this. Right. Like, you're just doing this for attention, So it's like, I can't stand when people like put all their effort, just put all their frustration on a social media post.
Yeah. People are weird, dude.
Yeah.
I think people do all this sort of stuff. It's unfortunate, instead of having like a genuine relationship and friendship with stuff, it seems like people approach things to orchestrate how they want things presented in their life,
Exactly.
And that's you're not establishing any relationship with an honest or an open heart or anything like that, or even because you like the person's personality and stuff. It's built on this all falsehoods and superficial shit is the way that these people roll. Like I think it's tied in with that social media. How many likes I've seen people, and people have asked me this right after they meet you, how many followers you got, and this sort of shit. You're like, what?
Really?
Yeah, man, a couple times in life.
I was like, why?
Well, it was a big thing, man. They're on their social media bullshit and trying to present.
I know how many people following you and whatever. Like, shoot, my family. Like,
it means something to these idiots, these young people, or half young people at least. I know other people think they're young and do that shit.
Yeah, but it's just, living. I think that relationships don't last. You know what? I used to say this. This is we're past this stage, but there were people that used to have what I call we accounts. You know what a we account is, right? So like, you don't have like your own Facebook account. It's a we account.
Are you talking like Mr. and Miss Chatavis, like in Facebook?
No, like there'll be, like you'll have a Facebook page, and then like the husband be all in the comments.
Oh, okay. So
You
it's
know?
not like you have it together. Like this is
Yeah, it's
us.
like a we. I call it a we account.
No, you
Like,
are saying what I'm saying then.
well, no, I'm not saying that the one person may have control over the account, but then you see like the wife in the comments
Oh,
commenting
okay.
and people
Oh,
comment.
okay.
So I
Okay.
call them we accounts because
Yeah.
that's not your account. That's a we account that you know you and your
Yeah, you see, I don't hide shit either. I'm pretty. Oh, I only put a passcode on my phone recently. I don't even care like that. But if you're in a situation where you're so private and secretive about your phone, or you wouldn't give your other a passcode or whatever just to like get in that, like that, some serious issues. I'm sure that causes major issues in relationships today. For
yeah,
how
because
they do those clips when somebody's reaching for something on the table, like a drink or whatever, and somebody goes and protects their phone right away. Like,
yeah. Okay,
yeah.
so I have a question. So for the people in the chat,
Mhm.
do you think that it's an issue to have access to your spouses or your long-term relationship? Because we're talking about long-term relationships, we're talking
Okay.
about spouses. Phone, like accessible, like it's accessible to you. Because I heard, some people were like, well, I don't go in your stuff and you don't go in mine. And I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
like,
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of
and
that.
I think it's just bullshit because I'm like, you know, I just think it's bullshit. It's like, if my, I don't, if somebody was randomly calling, or it was like let's say my mom calling or something, and he knew like my mom called like 3 times, he's gonna answer the phone, be like, oh, she's here, your mom's calling,
Mhm.
but like if he need to access an app that he doesn't have on his phone, that's like, I'm like, hey, go here,
Mhm, mhm.
I got on, like sometimes I'll go on the app and I'll be like, dang, I need your what did I do the last time? I said I need your routing number real quick. And he just handed me the phone. I went like to his account because we have joint and separate accounts.
Mhm.
And so I was like, okay. And then I wrote down the route number and whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, those little things. I didn't have to go get his checkbook to figure it out. So
Mhm.
it's like, little things. But every now and then, I see text messages and
Mhm.
messages and things like that. I don't say nothing, but I see those things.
Well, especially if you have a separate life, because there's some relationships that don't really have separate lives, and I
Yeah.
believe you should have a separate life. You should,
Right.
or not separate like that, but like other people to hang out with. Like maybe I'm playing ball with the guys. Maybe I'm spending a couple hours after work with with work people,
Right.
to burn off a Friday or some shit like that. As long as
Yeah,
those things.
there ain't nothing
Yeah.
wrong with that. But I think that if you're in a relationship, you should tell that person where you're going. Like, what if something happens?
True.
It's
I
like,
don't believe in
people don't
checking
think
in.
about that stuff. I'm like, okay, if you are going on the other side of town, just say, yeah, I'll be on the other side of town. This is where I'll be. I mean, I
Yeah,
don't
I
see
see
what the
that.
problem is. I think sometimes I'm playing a game on my phone and I was reading what Lorna said. I was playing a game on my phone and he was looking at he was like, what game are you playing? He said, sat there and watched me play the game. Sometimes I'm watching a video and on my phone, and then he's looking at the phone too. Then a text message comes through, he gonna see the message too. Like it's not a big deal.
Yeah, you don't. That's these people who enter relationships trying to be manipulative and hiding and shit like that. If you got nothing to hide, which you shouldn't, don't act like you do. Don't be all secretive and phone down and all that stuff. You should be able to hand over, your phone to your spouse for whatever reason. But my thing is, I'm pretty open like that. You give me a reason to doubt you or to question something that you do. That's it. That's the end of your access. Like, damn near across the board, you're gonna have to earn that back in my
But see,
situation.
in my mind, right? Like I feel like I'm comfortable with him like knowing what I'm doing, because like what if I do something that offends, like he finds offensive, he's like, I really don't like, I didn't like, the way you were communicating with that person. And I was like, I think that was a little disrespectful. And I'm like, oh yeah, I can see how you feel that way, just, like sometimes like you might do something that offends a person. But I know like with like sometimes like, my husband doesn't tell me where he goes because he's like, it's your birthday. I'm not telling you where I'm going.
Yeah.
Like I'm getting stuff for your birthday. I'm not telling you where I'm going.
I would find it weird if couples were together and they wake up, have breakfast together, whatever they do. One just kind of takes off and you don't know what time they're coming back. You don't know what part of the world they're in, sort of deal. That's weird shit to me. It's like, hey,
Right,
this is what my day's looking like. Either you're included or you're not included, or, whatever the deal is. But that's how I'm moving.
I don't. There's a fine line for me. Like if you're gonna live like that, then we might as well just be roommates. Like I don't, let me go. We gonna have separate rooms, separate everything then, because it just doesn't make any sense.
Right.
I like, what if something does happen to me? My medical information is there. Like, it's my emergency contact. You know what I mean? Like, we're too adult. Like, I mean, it's true that if you go looking for something, you're gonna find some stuff you don't like.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, my husband has a relative that in a group chat, it's family members, like guys, the guys. He has a family member in chat that be sending like girls with big booties and breasts all the time. Now, I don't have a problem with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, because your cousin's doing that, and it ain't like you sitting over there saving it to your phone and like looking at it another day. It's just y'all like laughing about it or whatever. It's just, y'all, that cousin's single. Like, we gotta be relative. Like, that shit don't bother me. It's like women do the same thing. Women will be like, we'll see. Let me tell you, I am notorious for seeing something visually and always talking about everything else in the background but that guy. I'm notorious for that. I'm like, oh man, the furniture back there is really, really nice. I wonder what I am notorious for doing that. So I mean, it's just, I just think that people do stuff it's like a level of control or trying to be in control. Like, you're doing it either to be in control or to not being,
or even insecurities as well.
Right, insecure. Yeah. Because like I to this day still turn my phone downward. Now, the reason why I used to do that is because I had kids. And you laughing with your friends, talking about different things, kids read your phone. Like so my phone was down. Like, because I had kids. Like, that's just what it is. But I just never got in the habit of that, So
yeah, I think that's most people down for whatever. I don't see that it definitely is a privacy thing in most regards, but
but I don't like go to every room with my phone, plus shit. My phone rang, everything, all my other devices ring. Like, I'm somewhere out and my iPad is ringing. Like somebody texts you your iPad. Yeah. So I just think, kids are very nosy. They very nosy, and some stuff that you look at is very inappropriate.
Acting like they didn't even see shit in the first place.
Exactly.
It's hilarious. Kids are hilarious.
Yeah. So I just think I've gotten into confrontation, like deep discussions with women who were like, I don't go through his phone. I don't do anything. That's his phone, blah, 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 whatever. I just look to people.
Like, this is the most uncool motherfucker that just tenses up when ding, and they're like, oh shit.
Yeah, like I look at social cues. I look at changes in behavior. Like if like you are very, because after a while, men are like very routine.
Men are stupid. It's stupid.
Yeah, they're like what did brother of a certain age? He's like, we are seventh graders forever. Like, I mean, that's just what you guys are. Like, you guys still laugh when somebody farts.
Well, yeah, there's still
understand
some
it. I
jokes
just
that
don't
don't
get
get away.
it. Like, it's like y'all, somebody farts and y'all still laugh.
The anticipation of women is, I don't think that goes away. I think sometimes you act a little more cool than others.
Yeah.
That might be your thing, but for the most part, in your head, you're like, yeah, you're high fiving motherfuckers.
Exactly. Men are like, they're just like, when y'all get with y'all little buddies, y'all do the most immature things.
It's that scene in Martin when Gina goes away. I'll look for you on the plane. Pump it, and he hurts his knee down there.
Yeah, so
like
men
that.
just do like the real, like the most immature, like that's just how you guys move, So, but so you just, a lot of times women, hey Manuel, a lot of times women will ignore those social cues because maybe they're getting something. They're getting
Manuel in
something.
the house. What's up?
They're getting something, but there are some guys who are like narcissistic and compulsive liars. But I was telling
dudes.
This is a true fact. They said that men are more likely, because me and my mom was talking about this the other day.
All right, more likely to what?
Men are more likely to leave a woman who cheats on him versus a woman. Like, so I'm not saying no, listen. I'm not saying that women won't leave a guy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that a man won't stay with a woman. What I am saying is that men will leave a relationship if a woman cheats more than a woman will leave a man if a man cheats. Yeah. It's not equal. I think it's like a man's like, oh, you cheat on me? You were sleeping with that dude? Okay, I'm out. A woman would be like,
because a woman does it for like fucking.
A woman,
men just do it because men are fucking.
A woman be like, hey, what's up, Ray? What's up, Triggs?
Triggs in the house. What's up?
A woman would be like, well, if she just gave you head, like it's like she be like, quit, like, did she chase you? Like what? It's your homeboy is the reason why.
Why women do that shit. The reason why women want to know all that, because women, it's way simpler with dudes. Dudes just want to bust a nut. It's not about making you feel a certain way. It's not about trying to pay back for some sort of shit or whatever, or you've been feeling lonely sort of stuff. It's just because dudes want to bust a nut. Women, on the other hand, are so manipulative and categorize everything and all that shit. Maneuver around it, that they think that you're up to the same shit, but it's not the same.
And here's another. And listen, men, don't get mad at me because I think this is like lot. Like I'm not talking about the everyday man. I'm not talking about just there's anomalies. There's always gonna be anomalies, but I believe this: women when they cheat, is a step up. When a man cheats, is a step down.
Okay. If you prefaced it with the anomalies sort of deal, because of course there are those chicks that be going with the scrubs and all that sort of shit.
There are women, but I'm saying that 9 times out of 10 when a woman cheats on a man, I could agree. She's trying to get somebody better than what she had.
Okay.
A man doesn't do that, because if a man did do that, he would just it's like if a man meets a better woman than the woman he already has, He's going to leave the other woman to
If
get
a
with the woman
man,
he
if a
already.
man met a chick at Orange Julius, that at the time was right. He'd risk it for a Orange Julius chick. All right.
No,
So,
but no, what I'm saying is, I'm saying like if a man was to meet, that's why I said most men always end up with a woman that's a step down from what they had. Because if a man meet a woman that's a step up or two, he's more likely planning to leave to be with that woman.
okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I say women,
Strategery. Yes.
right? Women, they're like, and sometimes like out of revenge too, because women are like, shit, this dude,
Women mostly do it out of revenge.
I'm gonna get a guy that that can, not only did he doing this, he gonna be better than you. So women are like strategic. They're going to look for a guy that's either like you or better than you. But a man, even though he wants a woman better, he is always going to step down. Yeah,
you could get it at Wendy's somewhere. Don't have to be
if she's a step, because if she's a step up, he's going to leave that other woman for the better one. That's just what it is.
Yeah, but men don't have that, all those hangups and stuff, and for the woman reputation. But a lot of it is that payback factor over there, where dudes. It goes to show you how uncomplicated dudes are for that anyway, because it doesn't matter what the status is or whatever.
Right. And then like with a man, he see that little scrubby dude that you got with, he be like, because that's why women always aim for a step up, because a man like you, listen, a woman cheat on a man with like a scrubby dude, he clown and he like, man, you little scrubby, you didn't got with that little, you didn't hit, what I'm saying, little me, little scrubby.
You're right. If your dude could do that to your new dude, he could son your new dude. Yeah, man, you lost. You are.
You see what I'm saying? And that's why it's never going to be even. Like it's never, like women never. You're never going to be able to convince me that women can do exactly what men can do, and men can do exactly. Now we go outside we go to the anomaly. Like there are guys who rely on women, might be with a woman that's less than them, right? So like he might meet a woman he's not. I know a person that even in our sector who actually said this once. He's with this woman because she would take care of him. He is not attracted to her at all. But that's because he needs a place to stay. He can't rent his own, you know what I'm saying? He can't get an apartment in his name. He can't do none of those things. So he's going to stay with her. And if he does cheat on her, it's not going to be anyone better than her. However, if he does cheat on her with somebody better than her, he's going to leave because he ain't got nowhere else to stay, and he's going to go and stay with her. Like it's just the science. It's science.
Yeah,
it's a science to it.
Yeah, it's a
and
lot.
vice versa. If a woman is like, if she thinks that she's going to be out here on the streets, back to square one, she's going to stay with a man that cheats on her.
Yeah.
If she feel like, and she, she can get everything out of him, whatever. And then some women stay because, they really be in love with that dude. Like, I can't get nobody else. I built a whole family with him. Nobody's not going to want me because I have 3 kids by this guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Women got to go through a lot of that shit too. It is a lot. It is a lot.
Yeah, but it's a science. Like I want somebody to argue with me that that's not true. That men step down.
Manual.
Now the men who have a lot of options, right? That's a whole different ball game. Like we can't, sometimes they do take a step down, but that's probably because of their ego. Like I don't want a woman prettier than me. Like some men are like that, what I'm saying? I don't want no
There's a lot of weird dudes that don't do dude shit.
Exactly.
those types of guys out there where it's them first. They don't know and they don't know the manhood of all that stuff of really putting themselves aside, being secure in themselves so that they can, present and be there for the woman, not be the fucking emotional wreck and all that bullshit. And you're the one that needs your ego stroke every 5 seconds. That's not dude shit, man. It's not what you do. But that's what these generations are turning up. Those
Yeah,
sort of dudes that are as needy as chicks.
and then nowadays you got the alphabet and all that extra stuff, like and there's like these, like in the alphabet you got these people that's like you got once here's the extreme. You got these alphabet people that say, I only attracted to straight men, right? Which is kind of delusional, because if he's a straight guy and he hooks up with you, then he's not a straight guy anymore. Like that, he's not straight. And then you got these women on the other side of the fence who their main goal is to turn out other women. And then the next thing they're losing their mind because the girl goes back to, she really wasn't into women. She tried it out, and then now she's back to dating guys. She's the girl then got pregnant. You thought the gay girl thought she was gonna be the daddy, and next thing you know, you see them like 3 years later, she's back with a man.
Yeah, I don't even think people are giving themselves time to get to know themselves properly.
Exactly. First, getting time to know themselves, to know how what makes them happy, because a lot of times people get in relationships and they think that person is supposed to reinvent the wheel, so bring joy to their life on a consistent basis, and they came into that relationship not happy with themselves, not happy with the way they look, not happy with how their life is going, their job, and then their whole reliance.
In the case of this person, they're making their ways in social media. Fuck, I think their name was Ellen Page, and then he I guess he just got just transitioned. She was a she, and then she just transitioned to dude. And I think it's been like 2 or 3 years, and so I haven't so much watched the interview, but the critiques on it are some of the funniest shit. And I guess it's like anything. I guess what women were feeling about when somebody's trans or whatever, and then have somebody talk about what being a woman is all about when they've been a woman for like 2 days and some shit like that. So this person is now doing this now. Too, man, and it's a weird fucking situation. I find it such a thing that I get that they feel like they couldn't express themselves or whatever, but I also think on the flip side of that, what freedom you have, that it's not so black and white with you, that you have all these options and all that. If you want it, if you need it, if you're unsure or whatever, you know what I'm saying? I don't need options. I knew when I knew, I'm a dude, and that's just who I am. I don't, pain in the ass women.
I think that sometimes.
I just think it's a certain freedom that they have, that they're able to even express these thoughts and get out of the way that they do. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that like some for some it's just a social construct. I can't, I don't know the biological I know biologically what we are, but I don't know the mindset or what happens or how do they go through whatever they're going through. But I know that for some of those people, it's a social construct. A lot of them, like, one day, like I knew a chick, she was always with men her whole life. And then one day she decided to be with a woman. And then she was dating a woman for a little bit. And now she's back to being with men, like, and she, if you ask her, like, years earlier, like, are you gay? And she'd be like, no, I'm not. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, I'm not really, because I'm older now, and I just like, people do what they want to do, they're free to do what they want to do, as long as they're not trying to make me do something that I don't want to do. Like a lot of times
Don't
in
make me
these,
try to put pronouns on my company-wide email and shit. I hate that shit.
yeah, I hate the whole thing where they want you to say, are you him, she, he,
Yeah.
her, all that. I'm like,
That's what I'm talking about. That's
yeah.
what you try to add that on your goddamn email. I'm like, nah, man, work. Sorry.
But here's the weird part about that is like, you know, they're not gonna put, you know, like, you know, when you look at us, you know what race we are. We don't know what you are or
So
you know
being
what you're
black.
into. Right. We don't know what you are or what you're into unless you tell us. And
Yeah,
then those who are visually living that lifestyle, visually, I can see that. But everything else, like we don't need to know what goes on in your bedroom. Now I might share a little bit of mine, but you know, we can all share. Sharing is caring. But we don't really actually need, you know, to like you're on a job. We don't really need to know what you're doing
at all.
Yeah, we
For
don't need
the case that there might be one, there might
Right.
be a fraction of a person or one person that has this identity thing going on. We all got to have on our fucking emails our pronouns for the first time in 30 fucking years. I need to make clear what my preference is.
that what I am, like him, she, he, her, you know, like, you know. And I don't think that's important. I think that if you're there to do the job and you could do a job and you're hired to do that particular job, I don't think it's important for you to, you know, like only thing that matters to me is that if a person says, I would prefer you call me her, and then I'll say, okay, you know, I'll say miss. Like,
Right.
you know, in your emails,
Yeah,
if you
I've had
miss,
that before.
right, if you put miss in front of your email, MS, then I know that I'm gonna refer you as a miss. If you're a mister, then you put mister. I consider me a mister. I'm like, okay, you're a mister. Right?
I had what you had that I had that in real life, like at work.
Yeah.
I think I said miss or something like that, and then I was corrected. I'm a they or whatever. But then on top of the correction, they wanted to like lecture me for the shit, and I was like, no. Like, yeah, you made it clear. You know, I addressed you as this based on appearance. You said you want to be referred to as this. I'm like, I don't even need a whole checklist. That's fine on that premise. So now I'll address you as this, and that's that. But I don't need a goddamn lecture on the whole thing.
I remember when we had when I was on my job, we had like a meet and greet, right? And this guy, like, you clearly, because we're all on camera, so you clearly can tell that he was trans, right? You know what I mean? He was trans. He looked female. He looked feminine, right? And everything. And when we went to introduce ourselves, that's the first thing he said. He was like, I am trans. Like, and we're like, oh my God, like, bruh, like, come on now. You know, ma'am, come on now. Yeah, like he wanted to just, that's what he led with. He didn't lead with what his interests are. He didn't lead with, you know what he does. He led with, he's like, I'm a bodybuilding. He looked like kind of like remember when Jim Carrey did that Wanda character?
Yeah.
He kind of looked like that with hair. He had longer. And that's how he looked. And we knew he was trans when we saw him.
Dude, I hate that whole shit.
He led with that, right? And so, he was like, I was his manager, so he was talking to me, and he kind of was trying to compare what the black person's plight to his own.
Oh, wow.
And I said, and this is my response to him. I said, don't do that. And he was like, what you mean? I said, don't do that.
Yeah.
Sir, listen, and they purposely put him on my team because they was like, you know what? We're going to put him with a black person because we know damn well, like, whatever he try to pull, he ain't going to get away because she's a black person.
Right.
So I was like, don't do that. And he was like, what do you mean? I said, first of all, your job and how I see you has nothing to do with who you are and what you chose to be. I don't have a problem with you being trans. Just like you shouldn't have a problem with me being black, but I don't have a problem with you being trans. But don't do that. Don't compare your plight to mine.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
just don't do
All
that.
of a sudden, that's where I say, all of a sudden,
Yeah,
now you know racism exists. You deny
right.
the whole shit, but when you needed to make your point about how bad things are, you need something to compare it with. It's just like the black people. All of a sudden, it's like, nah,
Yeah, and
don't.
I told him like, bro, we don't do that on this job. Like, we don't discriminate against anybody. So we're not going to talk about what we are and what you are. I don't care about those things. All I care about is your performance.
Yeah,
That's it.
word.
Is what is that interfering with your performance? And he was like, well, I take hormones. And I said, oh, okay, well, do you need extra breaks or something? Like, just like, just, you need extra breaks or,
I don't want to come
some
across as some sort of hater
accommodations.
here. Yeah, and
And
I
then,
don't want to seem rude or a hater here on Pride Month
yeah,
or whatever, which I think it is, or it's almost over actually, right? It's Pride Month.
yeah, but I'm just, no,
There's
I'm
some
just
real,
saying,
real
like,
shit about it. Yeah,
that was my first time ever experiencing it on the workplace, dealing with someone who had, their lifestyle and what they were going through in their sleep. And I was just like, would you like for me to refer you as Mrs.?
yeah,
And
yeah,
he said,
definitely.
I would appreciate that. I'm very happy. I said, okay, I will refer you as Mrs.
Yeah, it just has to be that simple. Don't try to
Yeah.
educate me or anything. It's just I gotta pretend that I can't see this fucking 5 o'clock shadow. You know,
Yeah. He
I
had a
gotta pretend I'm the weird one for fucking calling you whatever gender that you seem more like. All right, and you know what? We used to do this 20 years ago anyway. If you thought an old man was an old lady or some shit like that, and you're like, man, and they correct you like it's sir, it's like the same. It was over. It was that simple.
Yeah,
You
that's
just
simple.
to
Like,
people all
yeah.
the fucking time. It just wasn't a woke bullshit thing, you know.
Right, you can, and that's why I said they've been around forever. It's like they making a big, but you know why? I understand being discriminated against and things like that.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
in this situation, like, you made it through the hiring process. I don't care about those things. Only thing I care about is your performance. And what do you want me to call you? And I'm gonna call you by what you want me to call you, and that's that. And he
Yeah,
was just like, that simple. I'm like, yeah, why
yeah.
not?
How about just don't do any weird shit and blame it on your goddamn whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's all I'm down for. Just don't make me make exceptions for no sort of fucking reason. And that's all I
And
need.
the thing about it is what kind of like bothered me the most is that he knew what he was doing, because he used that as just in case, so that if he was to be,
Yeah, yeah.
evaluated or whatever, that was just going to be his
Trying to
go-to.
lament
And
the
that's
thing.
why
Yeah.
and so I didn't appreciate my job putting him on my team for that reason. They did that on purpose. It was like we're never he never had a white male manager ever on purpose.
Right.
He always had a woman. He always had a black. Like, they always put him with a minority
Oof.
intentionally.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. I know. They do
yeah,
that.
because they were so afraid.
That's a crazy concept.
Yeah, they was afraid, but
Until it's legal to choose their race, I can't even say I don't see that happening in like 100 years or less. Crazy sort of shit. Change they're changing eye color now.
yeah.
Definitely. You see that shit?
Well, I identify as rich, so I don't know what to tell you.
Like really? Like I would do that if it wasn't that easy. You know what I'm saying?
I
Like,
didn't
I
listen.
don't care what my bank account says. I identify as motherfucker.
I identify as
rows. More commas in there. That's what I identify as with.
yes. You go to the store. I identify as a. Well, apparently nowadays people are doing that. Like I said, they got another guy. He was working a job that nobody hired him for. They got another guy. He he was working there for a week. and he was never hired, but he was acting like he was working there. This was like a
Why
fast
not?
food restaurant.
Why not? Just do it. Yeah. What? You know what? You got to get hired after that. The initiative you took, especially if you showed up on time, you're taking short lunches. Your fucking boss is gonna be like, you know what? Don't let him go. He's not hired. He's like, yeah, I don't care. But
And the weird part about it, he wasn't even getting a check. That's what's crazy about
that's called an internship. He gave himself an internship until he got a job. That is some badass stuff, man. Yo, for real. Like, think about doing that for whatever job you want. Now, it might just come to that, man. You just start shadowing somebody. You show up on time. You walk in with them. You don't leave their side. That sort of shit.
Yeah, but like I'm not against people's lifestyle because like I said, a lot of stuff is social constructs. We live in a society where some things are were not acceptable. Now there was acceptable, like meeting women and flying them out. And now that's trafficking. That's interstate.
Yeah, like really, that is what that bullshit is.
Like if you meet a woman online or in another state and you fly her to you and to have relations, and she gets there and she says that that's not what I wanted to do, and you pressure her into doing it anyway, she can go to police and say, he flew me out here to have, So it's, we live in a society where we evolve in different ways.
You know what? But let me say, first of all, I'll never fly a chick out. Ever, never have, never will. You come on your own accord, so you can leave if things don't go right for you. You know what I'm saying? All that bullshit and then having chicks brag about it is like some real dumb shit. Well, whatever. You are bragging that you getting what did he say? You are bragging that you get
he said that it's time for you to take a stand and you can wear those red pumps you have hidden in the back of your closet. Called man snatcher.
Man snatcher. Oh, is it safe now? Thank God. All right.
Yeah, but see, you know what I mean? It's just that it's just like religion, if I tell you I'm agnostic, right? That and I say I'm not an atheist, I'm just agnostic. I'm like, it's not like I don't believe in nothing. It's just I just need a little bit more evidence. Like I just need a little bit more information.
Right.
To be able to sit down and have a conversation. Like, sometimes when you don't know a lot about something, you just don't, and you didn't take the time out to learn a lot about it, and and maybe it's a personal choice. Then I'm like I can't knock you. You go to church every Sunday. But if you over here knocking on my door on a consistent basis, trying to convince me of something, and I'm not trying to convince you to do anything.
Right.
I'm not trying to convince you to agree with me. I'm not trying to convince. I'm just telling you how I feel about the situation.
And then you're like, I'm not even thinking about church. So
exactly.
Yeah.
And then when you hit them with the God said that we rest on Sunday. So I'm resting on Sunday. I don't know why you at the church, And then the thing about it is like, then when you actually tell them what what faith you were born into, then they want to argue about that. And the first thing they want to say, no, you know what they say? This is the first thing they say. I say, well, I mean, like, what religion did you grow? I said, well, my mom, my family, we're Catholic, so that's just basically what it is. And then they were like, yeah, those priests, and I'm like, like, so I'm agnostic. Like, I'm not gonna have no conversation with you about that.
Right, if there's not their particular denomination.
Yes, that's not their particular. Yeah,
there's still gonna be issues.
Yeah, it's like, okay.
Everybody does it. to represent what they want. Yeah. All right, you know what? I don't want to get further down this road.
Okay, yeah, we don't want to go deep in that. So back to the Camilla Anthony situation, where they released a little tape. Did you see that grainy video that they showed?
I tried to take a look at it. It doesn't necessarily change much of what I think about the whole thing initially. You know, I feel the same way about it. I believe there was aggression from the Metcalf kid. This is the way that he decided to handle it. I think it echoes into adulthood or just outside in society. You know, this happened on a school campus. It should very much be a microcosm of how things are solved in society as well. Because I gave the example, if I go out tonight and I go to a bar and I fist fight this guy on the sidewalk, and maybe I hit him and he hits his head on a hydrant or something on the way down, and a simple fist fight, you know, becomes this attempted murder and this, that, the other. That's something that I may have to consider as an adult. That may happen. He may have it may have just gotten to the street like that to handle it there, but some decisions just are not good. I gave my opinion about the 35 years. I think it's a lot of years, especially compared to a lot of things that are going on today. Either way, back and forth. Of course, we see the others. We see some black victims and stuff, but there's been other cases around the news that show the same thing. Of consequences not being dire like that.
Well, we're moving away from the one thing that people are not talking about. Okay, and what they're not talking about is rehabilitation. You know,
in what aspect?
In this situation, like these young people, when they do things, where is the rehabilitation part of it? Like, what about him, because when I saw the video, I paid attention to how he responded afterwards. He ran to the coach. He started pacing. He had his hand he fell, he fell to the ground. Like, the kid is not a professional stabber. Like, he's not, he's not Chuck Norris.
Or even a troublemaker like that. Right.
In the heart. So he when he stabbed the kid, he wasn't thinking like in his mind, I'm gonna stab this kid in his heart. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He was a young person, saying like, you do something to me, I got something for you. He wasn't a violent kid at all.
Right.
So what happened to prison and jail being a rehabilitation? What level of counseling therapy? Like this kid.
Is it enough to ask that now, though? You know what I'm saying? We knew the system was shit already, though. Why the overhaul for this kid?
Right, but what about the future kids that are being in this situation? Who can learn from this situation and understand two things. The first thing is you're black, okay? You're a black kid in the United States. And whatever you do, the punishment might be 2 or 3 times more worse than anybody else.
Statistically, it is harsher sentences for black people on the same crime. Right.
But if you pay close attention, right, there's a lot of on YouTube. They release a lot of interrogation footage, right, of these like young people. Like, the parents finding out their kid was participating in some type of murder plot, or like I seen a video of some young people. It was like over $60. I seen a girl, she was playing with a gun and shot her boyfriend in the eye, and she was like, and every last one of those kids, you can tell that they just don't see past the trees.
Right.
Like, you can look at them and say they cannot see past the trees.
Like, it's not reality until the gavel comes down. Right.
And so then their reality is, okay, I'm going to be in this prison. I'm going to have to, in some situations, I might have to fight for my life. I'm going to be eating the same food for the rest of my life. Like, they're not thinking about that.
Right.
So the question is, where is the rehabilitation part of it? Component. Like, there's no rehabilitation. Like, I mean, I would expect the kid, like when I saw that boy and his head was bald and all that, that was crazy. I'm like, he looked it like his whole life was like it's crazy.
Right. Like
You know, he
on some
wasn't the
Hannibal
same
Lecter shit.
kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I just think like what happened to rehabilitation? And then like I said, you know, it starts in schools too. Like what, you know, why are we not addressing the mental health of some of these kids? Some of these kids are not even being diagnosed.
Well, I mean, a couple things. So I think it's common to question like what are these schools doing and stuff. Well, you got to also remember how ill-equipped these schools are just to even teach a regular subject. All right, much less to worry about every student's mental health, you know, symptoms and this everything. This is not an ongoing thing. This is just a few months out of the year, 8 or 9 months. They wrap it up, and then they start it again in the next few months. I think when the question about schools, you know, being more nurturing, this, that, the other, all of a sudden, society as a whole, because I think your comment represents like what we just think about the institution. But we know coming up through the system as well to identify that, to deal with that. Number one, we're asking for school, mainly public schools, a lot. We're asking for them to do a lot. There are things that you could do to prevent. There are things put in, but in most cases where it's like 2,000-3,000 fucking kids in a public school, in a high school, you know, it is hard to monitor a lot of that activity, not taking away responsibility from anybody that's in a post that has a difference to do anything. But then we know on the second side of that as well, these institutions are made for profit now, right? When they privatize these things, it is for profit. Nobody's building these things because they look good empty. You know, they're building this well-oiled machine that works on new enrollees into the penitentiary system, into the prison system that pays them privately. So I think even with that, stripping away getting degrees in jail, making them do very cheap manual labor in jail and stuff like that. It's more profitable to have people in there to they're even doing, some of them do tech support and crazy shit like that in jail too, right? So like people say, it's the prison industry is right, because it really does feed you know, a lot of the conglomerates and other things that they can cut the red tape to be able to operate as a building. So I think, or as a business, I think the very last thing on their minds are rehabilitating or getting somebody on the right track. You know, I think we're more ill prepared for that than ever when these people, as a matter of fact, in a lot of these places where the officers, of course, are outnumbered, some of them are working long hours, they're not going to be effective anyway. If anything were to break out, to be able to manage the system, these resources are stripped from them. So their best thing is damn near to treat them like cattle without having any aggravation or anything like that too. So they're not encouraged to foster the brain or anything for rehabilitation, if you will. It's just not that environment.
They're not because it's easier just to throw them in there and then put, you know, you got a lot of these correction officers who put their lives out there in jeopardy because they're dealing with hardened criminals, and then they got these little young people influx in, and then everything they learn about life going forward is going to be in the prison. Right.
And then God forbid if they, so you don't have, you got the guards there and stuff like that, which means you can't govern everything. Then you got to be, you know, in what a lot of these places call, you know, the program. Either you get with the program or you don't, which means somebody else is going to run shit, tell you what to do stuff. And if you go by your own, you're going to get beat down until you join something, you know, because they can't even cover you that way. So you got that shit to worry about, man. It's just, they can't even cover you that way. So I just think the last thing on their minds is to try to foster you and rehabilitate you so that you're a productive citizen when you get out, you know.
And the thing about it is that we're not saying like nobody in I think in our on our side said that he's not guilty of something. You
Right.
know, he brought a knife to he had a knife in his hand. He said, you do something, I'm gonna stab. Like he met the force. The force doesn't equal the type of what he did. Like it's just whatever.
Right.
But at the end of the day, if there are kids who committed the same type of crime that he did or worse, serving less time, then that's a telltale sign.
Right.
They also said that the judge in this case resigned.
Oh, is that right? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, right afterwards.
I think they are probably tied to some good old boy shit. I mean, this is even when it's in your face too. I was looking because they said there may have been more news or whatever about it. But I remember I'm always interested in this one case, the Kendrick Johnson case. That was the high school boy, I think in Georgia, that was found rolled up in a mat upside down, and they tried to blame it on him. Doing it to
Trying
himself.
to say he rolled his own self in the mat.
Rolled himself up there in a weird position and was all bloodied and stuff. They did an autopsy. It was clear, but then they did the private autopsy. They found out he had like a broken neck and bruises and contusions and all this sort of stuff. And then on top of that, after they buried him, they found out that they cleared all his organs out.
Yeah.
And filled them with newspapers and all that stuff. And nobody charged, nobody responsible. Same sort of shit, to happen. There's actually an interesting case way back when I started watching these crime documentaries, just like the true crime documentaries, like everybody else. This is one that really had me interested. Anybody out there see the one, who Harry Connick Jr. is? The singer, right? Like the blues Louisiana singer, Harry Connick Jr. And he acts sometimes too. Well, his father was like a some sort of judge or so. I wonder if we could look this up. Let me see if I can look it up in the back. And involved in some shit, sitting on evidence that could have like freed a man after 18 years. And evidence kept, and this is common, but this was more of a popular case back in the day. Sitting on evidence that could have freed a guy after 18, 19 years. He had to fight for the thing to finally be able to get released. So you just this whole cabal of bullshit out there. Let me see if I Harry Connick Sr., I guess would be his name. Connick Jr. Sr. Connick. That wouldn't even come up. Just scrub the internet of his misdeeds. It was real interesting. Most corrupt series, district attorney. So he was a district attorney. Harry Connick Sr.'s forgotten history. Let's see. That's a long one. Let's see what we got. Anyway, anybody out there, man, it's worth checking into. Oh wow, he does an interview over here. Yeah. No, I'm just looking at videos. All right, let me get at it. Harry Connick Sr., look up his story so that I don't know if you want to go into it, but he's interested in it, or you can just let it go. All right. What else? What's next? What do we got? Let's go to Clive Davis first, so we don't forget.
Oh, I just found out when Lorna said that he passed away. I don't feel no kind of way for him. I think that he took advantage of a lot of the artists that he produced. I didn't really care for him in a sense.
Right. Obviously big in the music field. It's not even an artist like that. They give him credit for, I guess, producing or bringing forth, a lot of these groups into global stardom. But they say, he was also one of those industry weirdos. And I don't know everything about him enough. I just know, I know the name. I know with the power comes the corruption. It probably did a lot of that bullshit as well. I remember a couple times one not actually too long ago, a few short years ago, there was some sort of controversy with him. But then even before that, there was maybe pre Me Too, there was some shit in there too, right? It's the lady, right. That's that police shit or that guard stuff. Hold on, I just want to go back to something Lauren is saying here. Average LA prison cost per inmate is 62. Yeah, like I'm like, what the fuck costs so much? And they're like, people aren't even making that, but yeah, that too. But it's the funding that they get that makes it profitable for people. You know, you got guys like Dick Cheney or Rumsfeld who have parts of that industry as well. That should tell you every goddamn thing that you need to know, man.
Exactly.
Our inmate prison costs $4 billion per year. God damn, that young man would have gotten 10 to 15. Yeah, I believe that too. I believe even possibly outside of Texas, he would have received something better. Definitely, everything that you guys are saying is excessive. It's a statement, as I said before. You know, it is what they did to that kid, and he might have a super team of lawyers and all that shit now. I just want what's fair. You know, this is not going to be no Rodney King shit or no OJ. Nobody should be cheering about whatever it is. Quite frankly, those guys that are getting involved, they should have been involved before if they're really about it. See how the goddamn case is going in the first place. If they had any sort of conscience to them, they'd be like, man, it doesn't look like this boy is getting good representation. Let me step in then. Not do some retroactive bullshit. Now, when did it get to your conscience? Now you're evaluating and your colleagues and your peers' work, and now you're going to step in. How come you weren't critical about it before when you could actually probably do something?
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, good, great. You know, go do it now and hopefully. But it should be if you're really screaming community, you know, and you're a watchdog for the community. You're a mentor. You're a leader. Why are things like this getting out of scope? If there's some sort of leadership in there, you mean to tell you in the law community and all that stuff, they must have known the names of that stuff, of who's going to represent, who's going against who, in whose courtroom and what jurisdiction.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yeah. It's crazy, but you know, like I just have you know, it seems like even if they had like a black executive, you know, that was part of the music, they're robbing they're robbing them blind too. So it's like it's never a win-win.
Yeah. Lord, I know he signed some big names. Wasn't there also some controversy like Clive Davis had Phyllis Wheat? Is it Phyllis Wheatley? What's Hyman? Phyllis Hyman. She was supposed to be, and then you know she kind of went out the way Whitney went out almost, but Whitney came in to damn near replace her as well. So I don't look at him for a second as this good guy that just used to produce talent. You know, I think he's in this dirty business. He didn't do anything without getting anything back. You know, in there too. So, you know, I think he was 90 something. Was he in his 90s?
Yeah.
Right. I mean, good full life for that guy. And I don't know. I would think maybe these groups and entertainers would not have been huge or the same way, but
it would be nice if he can give people back their catalog. That would be nice.
Ooh, that's an idea. Yeah, right, Riggs. That's kind of what I'm getting from him. Ooh, documentary should be good. There's got to be some stuff about him out there too, but something official. And you know, unless it's a documentary where they're going to be unbiased and get in all his business and stuff like that, it'll be good. But if it's one of those fluff pieces of these are his so-called accomplishments, you know, you know, you could save that shit with it, man. So, you know, And I was, I don't even know if I said it in one of the videos or whatnot, but enough with the, depending on I don't want to hear Kendrick or Drake getting this many points on CDs or their sales now. Telling me there aren't more ways to do this shit for ownership. Shit, some people are still getting the same deals they used to get in the 80s and the 60s and shit, except to get on. I'm not buying that sympathy shit. Doesn't work with me anymore about how you're getting screwed from your record company, because you could literally get everything that you need for your distribution. You get them for distribution, but in terms of your publishing and everything that you should get, like, come on, man, stop getting duped. It's not the same and all that.
Exactly. It's not.
Right. So whatever.
Jermaine Dupri is already vouching for him. That's crazy.
I don't look for nothing from these guys. I don't look for nothing. Any of these guys could be pot and soul. And then I'll go back to the same thing. I think it was me and a brother were talking on the age, but on the show, and how these rich guys roll is like remember Jamie Foxx showing off about his connections and blah 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 blah. He's rolling with billionaires and stuff like that, and then he got caught with the owner talking about dudes junk.
Exactly.
And he had to shut off the phone. When mistakes happen and weird shit would have, but that is very telling of the company you think you need to keep. That you guys are talking about the athletes. First of all, you're talking about them like fucking thoroughbreds, which is all fucked up. Which, don't get me into the whole thing of these $40 million slaves where they could be bought and sold on teams and sent, down the river and all that sort of shit. There's that. But this is the freedom that you're showing us this stuff for your IG to, make us think that your life is this, that, the other. And then you're embarrassed because you can't even have the weird conversations you would normally have. But this is what you got to do to stay in their ranks. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying, just no pause. This is what he said. You know what I'm saying? And that's just, these are, me and my broke self would never be talking about, going to football games and shit in the owner's box, talking to the owners, talking about the players' junk on some bullshit like that. That's just other stratosphere, homeboy.
That's crazy.
I know.
Or doing circle jerks and rapping, weird, stuff. I didn't hear about that stuff until like later on. Like I never heard of that stuff early on. But
oh yeah, I remember you saying that stuff too. Yeah. I mean, they'll do a whole bunch of shit in the name of like brotherhood and blah 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 blah. When it's just all suspect shit is all it really comes down to. And it's like, if you were. Obviously, some people are taking advantage of, but some of these guys that are in it, it's a choice, man. They're in it because they want to be in the goddamn shit, But don't. I always just have a problem. Don't present some other shit when you're this shit. Don't talk shit about something else when you are that shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, where do you think the music industry is going? Because I really don't listen to today's music too much. I don't pretty much know what's going on. Like I listen to a lot of underground stuff, and my feed kind of shows those kind of things, and I'm really proud of that. Like some people say, it's messed up that you're not too open to other kinds of music, but I'm just I just like what I like. Like now now that you kind of like. You get older, you just like what you like.
Right. You want more of it. You like the era. Yeah. There's no need to give a lot of new things a chance because number one, it's been done. And even if they're trying to do it or they're trying to be political or make a stance on something, it's already paid and bought for and they have their limitations of that also. So right, I think it's a little bit of an age thing. I think for me, it's also a little bit of a niche thing. Like even what I
Mhm.
started with today, was something from the Lafayette band, some shit that I'm listening to still from 1972. And it's like on top of being comfortable in a certain place in music, you explore a lot more of that sort of stuff because you didn't hear everything. Um,
Yeah, like you can go back now because of technology allowing you to go back and really listen to that time period and era because they tell a story.
the
They
story,
tell a story. Some of that music tells a story about the past.
right, right. It's not the same. The writing process, the
Yeah.
creativity is not the same. Because even saying the place, like I think of in LA, go two extremes. You think of hip hop wherever, excuse me, the whole Death Row and the hell Ruthless and all that started in Compton, like this
Yeah.
little neighborhood in Compton. This sound came out. If you go in the 60s and 70s to Laurel Canyon, all that stuff, Jim Morrison and all of that kind of came out of the Laurel Canyon side of that too. So I don't see people traveling and holding up a group of individuals holding up in a place, kind of like the Dungeon family used to do, like that, and a few people
Hmm.
come out. Those are very rare times now. People are making beats. I remember back in the day when me and my friends used to do a little bit of music and we didn't have the equipment, so you had to go search that out. Only few people had a functioning studio to be able to do shit, to be able to do stuff. So used to run with a crew. That studio sessions are sort of gone. People are doing that in their bedrooms and doing this emo music and all this bullshit too. The creation
Yeah.
process isn't the same. You can't say anything too political because first of all, you're not going to be the first person to say anything. When people were talking about Vietnam or the Renaissance for Black people in the late 80s and 90s, when it was Malcolm X and medallions and this, that, people had something to say because it's only 20 years after the civil rights movement. Now, though, people can't be that passionate about it. What pollution? So it's not even like the same thing that people are going through. So I just believe the creation of music and stuff is not the same. So you're not going to have that same authenticity. And what it looks like is, artists used to have, their album release dates and stuff. Those are, unless you're Taylor Swift, one of these other people, you could have like an album, one of these where you got a whole machine working behind you. You can make that sort of deal. Otherwise you're just dropping
Right.
singles, these little stupid things as well. But unless you have that big machine behind you, with writers, with production, with video and distribution and all that sort of shit, then you could drop that. But I don't believe they're going to first invest in anybody like that these days too. So I don't know. Yeah, you might not need the machine to be behind you that way anymore, because you have more resources and more outlets for yourself. But you may not have the shelf life that a lot of these artists
Exactly.
had. Right, as well. Yeah, I know that, Lorna. This fucking Bill Gates, dude. Just a weasel of a piece of shit of a guy. Bill Gates, and I still stand by what I said. We went through that whole COVID shit because Bill Gates didn't want to admit to his wife that they both caught an STD from a fucking Russian hooker. And all these guys are just dirty fucking trailer park ass people around the White House, man. And one thing I was thinking, I know I'm getting off side, but here's another one for you. I feel like I was gonna do a video on this, but I don't know if I will.
Mhm.
I feel like that display, that what this fucking Trump idiot. I don't even like to talk shit about people, but this degenerate. You prove yourself to be this, by the way. So don't. It's not like people calling. Oh, people could call Obama. This is not that. This is a truly horrible individual. Won't release the Epstein files. He went and sued the people who made the complaints, the S-aid victims that filed a complaint against him. He's suing them. But anyway, back to this freaking guy over here. What I'm getting to, I think this whole UFC thing that he had on the lawn here, I can't stop but make parallels between this UFC demonstration and the showing of Birth of a Nation. It feels so the same shit to me. If anybody knows what I'm saying, it's like so we know Birth of the Nation, accredited for the resurgence, I guess, of the KKK on there, and not only
Yeah.
movie that was released, there was a special screening of this racist piece of cinematic history in the White House for people. I can't help but draw parallels because this was exactly what this event was with the hillbilly UFC. It's like the hillbillies came to the White House. And this isn't a prestigious thing that you have. You have this, I know a lot of people look at this UFC, the martial arts, fighting, the MMA, all that kind of stuff, and it's a thing for them too. But you gotta admit that under the rule of this Dana White idiot, it's all this mega right wing manosphere bullshit as well. You're promoting that to have on the White House lawn. And the thing that I'm not even going to repeat it, but the thing that he said about Michelle Obama, the fighting dude came in throwing up on himself and being incoherent and all that sort of stuff. It was really like you brought the trailer park to the motherfucking White House on that bullshit.
Exactly. And it's crazy. It's like, it's unbelievable how they just don't not realize, they just want, I think that they just wanted to kind of destroy the government. Like, you know what I mean?
This isn't even a mockery of the system. Let's see what it says. What are you reading there? I'm behind. Hang on. We got Steph coming up over here. Steph, what's up?
Yo, what it do?
Conversation.
What it do, y'all? Hey, I just want to come up and say, don't do my hillbilly people like that. Don't be talking about us at the trailer park because some of us don't like this shit either. Now they are embarrassing the fuck out of us right now. Like my people are embarrassing all us good all us upstanding, respectable hillbillies. They're doing us bad right now. They really are. They're doing us bad. But my problem is that hillbillies don't tend to like slick talking motherfuckers from New York. So I don't know why we've fallen into the trap of Donald Trump, because that's exactly what he is.
Yeah.
So I don't know why we're making an exception for somebody from New York City. We don't like people from New York City down here. And hillbillies do not like people from New York City. So I don't know why he was able to trick us into doing this, acting this kind of way. It's ridiculous.
I hear you. I think it's a lot. Remember this. Right, and I wasn't part of it, but it was big enough for me to even know. Remember, Donald Trump had this thing with the WWE and Vince McMahon also, right? Like, he was part of that, the promotion of that. And he loves. Plus, he did
all that
stuff. Too.
Sure was.
He loves the spotlight and spectacles. He loves
absolutely
right.
And us hillbillies are pretty good at putting on a spectacle, And I'm surprised. Has he been to NASCAR? Because I would not be surprised if he's gone down to NASCAR and acted stupid.
He sticks the race, the track around the White House around 1600 over there. Lays down a NASCAR track. I wouldn't doubt it, man.
I wouldn't doubt it either. And yeah, I like the parallel you're drawing. You put my comment up there about Woodrow Wilson. Yes, he did do that. That was Woodrow Wilson, wasn't it? That screened Birth of a Nation?
Right.
Yeah.
Is it? Do you see what I'm saying? That there's some parallels in the presentation.
Yes. Absolutely. Because it just hypes these people up. It hypes them up. It makes them feel superior. Absolutely. All this stuff is, they'll dress it up now as they won't come out and say stuff like, I don't hate black people. I just love white people. They won't come out and say that shit anymore. But they will talk about European values and European pride, like civilization and shit like that. And act like it's all coming back. It all goes back to Europe, which is ridiculous, right? Like Europeans, the ones that we're descended from, destroyed Rome, destroyed you know, they drove us into the Middle Ages, so there's no civilization there to be proud of. But that's what these people market now. Is this
Right.
whole like, you know, and that's why, you know, a lot of Europeans, a lot of like, you know, Slavs and Eastern Europeans are in that UFC shit and they are very, very into, you know, they have that, you know, fascist tendency.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's such a show and such a message.
It is.
What
is.
He did there, and it's just a disgrace in general how he's treating the White House. He's putting his name on things, and I keep going back to it, but I just can't even believe he just slapped his name on the Kennedy Center for no goddamn reason.
Yeah, it's just craziness.
For no reason to do with it.
He is a vain motherfucker.
He's already a building. He just slapped his name on top of the building too, like the ball of that shit. You know, and
he's extremely vain. He's extremely vain.
Yeah, and now you got this the pool deal that he's aligned the reflection pool pond, whatever it is.
And it's growing algae, and it's like probably making them ducks sick. And,
like
you know,
$16 million for this thing that he's done so far.
And it's disgusting now. It smells like I'm hearing reports from DC, like people there that I know, like it stinks. It's disgusting. And anybody that gets dying. Yeah, and anybody that gets close enough to like try to, you know, sample the water sort of sneakily, you know, they try to get close, like to get a sample of it to see what's going on with it, you know, like environmentalists and stuff. He's arresting them.
Yeah. What like how's he getting away with this shit? Where are people looking with it? Is it just being tired with him? Is it just that people know that they'll be strung along in court until the day that they die? They'll be tied up in litigation if they mess with him, sort of deal. How is this guy just skating through shit? You know, obviously his attitude, he's not bothered by anything. How's he getting away?
The Congress is bogged down in partisan politics. They also serve, it's also become extremely clear that they serve, you know, a private interest. It's sort of, you know, niche. Yeah, and plus they're caught up, like the ones that are on Trump's side, you know, are Republicans. Unfortunately, they fall into culture war type shit. Mm-hmm. They don't want to deal with shit that actually matters. They want to fight culture wars. And that's been true for a long time. Yeah, but they want to fight culture wars. And then he's got the Supreme Court basically in line with him. They do rule against him from time to time, but it's not very often, right? Mm-hmm. And it's got to be bad. You know, he's got to be so clearly wrong, you know, that they just can't. And then, you know, he doesn't respect the federal courts, the circuit courts, and
nothing.
No. And then the Congress won't stop him from doing shit. You know, they should have, and I think part of the reason that the courts and the Congress don't really try to stop him is because they don't think they can. Because he's shown that he's going to do whatever he wants, and it's like, okay, you told me I can't, just stop me. What are you going to do? Stop me. You know, he's that kind of other, like, you know, okay, you're saying I can't do it. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Oh, you're going to rule against me? Who cares?
Is that because that would be enough for people in the past to be threatened litigation, but nobody's actually pushed it this far, so they're maybe unprepared about it?
Yeah, and I think he literally is like, basically like, you're going to have to send people to stop me from doing stuff. Like, you're going to have to, like, it's going to take force. So he's basically saying, I think he's sending a message that it's basically going to take force to stop him from doing stuff that he wants. Like, he's going to do it anyway. Like, no matter what the courts say, no matter if Congress tells him, like, votes against him, like, yeah, and, you know, like, okay, so let me give you an example of what I was saying. What if they had, early on, told him he couldn't invade Iran, or not invade, but told him he could go to battle with Iran, or whatever, you know, excursion, whatever he was calling it, expedition, whatever. Right. What if they put their foot down and said, nah, we ain't doing this? Because they have the right to declare, they constitutionally are the ones who are supposed to declare war, right?
Yeah.
They're supposed to vote on it. And they also, the reason we have separation of powers is Congress also has the right to cut the purse strings. It says, no, we're not funding this stuff.
Right.
You know, and that cuts it off right there. But I think they figured out. I think, like, in the back of their heads, they're wondering, like, even if we tell him he can't go, he can't do this. What if he tells the generals the shit? They're going anyway.
I don't know. First of all, I think the no conscience thing takes up for a lot of that nonchalant. Like, it's not as though even ways to that they bombed a school, a girl's school, or anything like that. Naps, what's up? You know, I don't think he's bothered really by anything.
No, I don't think he is either. But I think. Does he care that we got our ass whooped?
This artist on drugs. Yeah. I don't think anybody's like loving Clive Davis there or whatever the deal is. Yeah, I heard you saying. Sorry, Naps. But yeah, I just I don't know. Is the next party who comes in, whether Democrats or Republicans, are they just going to do away with all the dumb shit? You know,
I don't know, because the government's such an inertia. I mean, we have, for better or for worse, and sometimes for better, we have a lot of inertia. Like, you know, we sort of, it's hard to move the government along in like a whole other direction, right? Because like some things get institutionalized, and like a lot of times, you know, the executive branch that actually like, you know, runs the agencies, like administers stuff, then it's not partisan to them. They just get, you know, but if once they get like or agency rules changes, it's hard to change it back, right? So that's sort of supposed to, you know, give some stability to it, and it has. It's sort of made it institutional. And in a lot of ways, Trump shut things up by cutting all the staff. At the same time, the government can kind of run itself to a certain extent.
As opposed to what this fool is doing.
Right.
Definitely. Yeah. I don't know, man. It just...
And I think it still is running itself to a certain extent, except without all the staff. You know, it has slowed shit down, but it's still... They're basically still doing the same shit the same way to a certain extent.
And you know what else I think of? Because especially having you here, Steph, to think about some of these sort of things. What he's doing and hiring some of these felons from January 6th on.
That's just a flagrant.
Like, right, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's the other thing that I can't believe with this bullshit. Not only did he pardon these criminals storming the Capitol, a fucking officer of the law was killed.
Right.
Others, they breached offices in areas they're not supposed to go. They attacked the country.
If that had been the New Black Panther Party or the American Indian Movement or any of the other sort of so-called radical groups, they would be rotting in the federal prisons.
Absolutely, yeah. Exactly.
They wouldn't be getting jobs.
How they're suffering, you know.
And I mean, I would like to know. You know, I don't go to federal court, so I don't have clients that have been convicted federally. Well, no, that's not true. I have clients I've represented at the state court that have prior federal convictions. So can I send them to the White House and ask for jobs for them?
And then it shows some of those guys who have been pardoned. Now some have been rearrested.
Of course.
For other crimes.
Of course.
And it's like, if you don't have another example of somebody who has the worst judgment of character on that thing, you know, great example of why you should really only have 2 terms, for crying out loud. Could you imagine?
Right. And think about some of these people that are like radically, I would say like extremist, right-wing libertarian types. Some of whom were involved in January 6th. Now, I don't know for a fact. I'm just speculating as to who, you know, he's hiring and who got the pardons, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I think everybody got pardoned, didn't they? It was like a blanket pardon. Like, there wasn't anybody who did get pardoned that came out of that January 6th stuff, right?
I kind of have that impression, but I just don't have the proof. I don't have the solid proof of that. Right.
So, if there might have been among those pardoned, let's just assume for the sake of argument that not everybody was pardoned, but I would say like the smart money would be that if I was a gambling woman, which I'm not because I'm a very good Southern Baptist, but let's just say I was, like, I think the smart money would be that there are among that group some very extremist libertarian right winger or libertarian extremists, like libertarian uh, um, conservatives. Like at the same time, you know what I'm talking about, like the radical right wing anti state people, right?
Yeah.
And like sovereign citizens types, right? It was very apparent that some of those people that went up there on January 6th were sovereign citizen types. So think about who got a pardon. If those were among the people who got pardoned, right? They don't pay taxes. They don't abide by a lot of the law. They've rejected the federal government, but we gave them a pardon. Non-taxpayers who rejected the federal government got a pardon. What?
At the same time, with that, these are people who swear they're patriots. They got money offshore. They don't pay taxes. They don't reinvest in the community or the country as well. They got all the cuts, but they think they're the most patriotic. It's amazing
because they love according to them, they love what the United States was supposed to be under the founding fathers, right? And that means a lot to them. You can read everything that you need to into that, right?
Cherry picking. Cherry picking.
Yeah, but also they would like to. There's certain things that was allowed at the time of the founding fathers that they probably would, really like to see come back. A lot of them, and so they have a very sort of originalist. Everybody could do basically anything they and a very sort of bare bones type society, where they get to construct a lot of it and live as they would, choose to. But a lot of that is crazy stuff. I've seen it up close. My father used to work cases on a lot of these sovereign citizens because they would conspire to, basically sell information to people on how to thwart taxes, right? And so they got a lot of them on conspiracy for that. And put them in prison. So anytime anybody, adjacent to this show wants to say that my parents are racist, and my dad put racist in the federal penitentiary. So yeah, they could get away. They could go on somewhere and sit down with that. But yeah, like it's really wild. Some of the stuff they want to do, and it's very antiquated. It's very oppressive. As much as they talk about, freedom from the state, all this stuff. It's very oppressive to women. It's very oppressive to children. And it's very oppressive to people. It would theoretically be very oppressive to people if those people were to gain power, who aren't white. Because they do believe in a society that would be paternalist. They believe that. They believe it would be the white man's burden type shit.
Right.
Yeah. It's crazy stuff. And those are among the people that attacked January 6th. And those are the people that they don't believe in the federal government. They rejected the state, but they would vote for Donald Trump. Like, make it make sense, please.
And nothing about it.
Nothing.
Nothing about it makes sense. And it's being sold the illusion and not even really understanding what you're asking of your government as well. That's why I'm saying for a majority of people, it really is like a sports team. By just ignoring all the other shit, bad training coach, this, that, the other. But you like the logo is why you like the mega hat. So you're sticking in there for that is basically about it. But really, with the dumbification of people these days, is this all some people really need to cater to be able to get their mass votes and stuff? I don't know.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, does this set the precedent for like the Republican Party, even after Trump's gone? Are they going to stay in sort of Trump mode?
So
because that's a whole new crop of Republicans. These people are traditional Republicans. They haven't been. A lot of those traditional Republicans lost races, like the incumbents, and not that they were good, but they were a different breed, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And,
right.
Yeah. And I mean, I hate to say it, but I like, I don't George W. Bush is a war criminal, right? But his father, would I trade his father, who was a sort of traditional Republican, right?
Right.
As much as I don't agree with that, would I trade George H.W. Bush for Trump in a heartbeat? A heartbeat.
Yeah. Unfortunately, yeah. Isn't that amazing? You would never have thought that in the early 2000s either. That this was the worst man alive. He would exactly what you said, war criminal. This was the first time this country was just like, hey,
Right.
You saw both sides just opposing, like this isn't a right or left thing. This is just all wrong. People are
Yeah.
actually seeing and admitting the facade,
Right.
of the government and the messages that they're sending out there as well. This is just overtly blatant. Like he's
Yeah.
doing this not just because he could, but because he wants to show you and rub it in your face that he could at the same
Yeah.
time.
And it's all led up to this. It's all led up to here, right? Because like I said, I didn't say I would trade Trump for George W. Bush. I meant his father, right? His father, was sort of the last like Republican president that had any sense, but he was very sort of like traditional conservatism, right? Not like this like culture war tradition.
Not hate. Not hate. Right.
Right. And he was, he didn't care about the culture wars. Like his vice president, on the other hand, like Dan Quayle was sort of culture warring, but like he wasn't, right? And but this all set the stage. Like Reagan set the stage for Trump, because we got a guy in who was just like an actor, didn't have any real experience before he became governor of California, and he was goofy to a certain extent. Like he was goofy, with the war game stuff and like the shield and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And the space war and all that. He was becoming. He had onset of Alzheimer's while he was still president, which is crazy, And then Clinton got us here because Clinton changed the Democratic Party, right, and made it more neoliberal than it ever had been. And then we get George W. Bush, who is a big goofball and a war criminal. And now look at I think Barack Obama pulled us back from some of that. But I think the damage was done. And plus, Barack Obama, because of who he was, activated a bunch of the crazy right-wingers. Like the Tea Party.
Absolutely.
Remember the Tea Party? Yeah.
Not just that. Not, I guess you're saying created some of that as well. I think a lot of people got the wrong idea about Obama also.
Yeah, they did.
They took, they misinterpreted this intelligent, resilient, leader of an individual and reduced it to anybody could do that.
Yeah.
A lot of people that didn't recognize his greatness thought it opened the floodgates for anybody, to do that representation. And along with that, they didn't assess these new people, their intelligence, their credentials, or anything to be on them, because in a way of leveraging who Obama is and what his accomplishes is, instead of saying that he's an outstanding individual, like they brought the dirt up. I think.
And think about this: like they had to minimize and dismiss him, right? Because they, in their worldview, they can't allow in their minds for a black man to be stellar, especially like when they're not. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like it points out to them that they are a mediocre white man. Even a lot of the most accomplished white men are mediocre white men. They're mediocre, and they can't stand the thought of a black man like having to work a lot harder than them every step of the way, and getting farther than them. Like astronomically farther than them. They can't stand, that they're, it's embarrassing to them.
That
It's
they're not
embarrassing.
as good as. If they recognize that about Obama, then they have to recognize a whole bunch of things about themselves. So it's easier to try to diminish his greatness.
Yep, absolutely.
And that's a shame. I hope history will show what is what, down to when he got his building, his presidential center, and just the mudslinging of the president. Like, it just shouldn't be. You think back of that time when on the campaign trail they said that thing in John McCain's rally or whatever. Somebody accused Obama of being this Muslim. He's this and all that stuff. Trump would have been like, yeah, he is this, and caused a whole bunch of like hatred with it.
Well, Trump was,
Senator
Trump
shut
was
that
even,
shit down and respected his opponent.
before Trump was even in politics, he was beating the drum about Obama not being a citizen. Remember that? Trump was leading that whole like show us your birth certificate bullshit.
I'm still offended. I'm still offended that he actually showed that shit.
Man,
you know, in what it come on now, so overtly that you're making the first black person show his citizenship to you. God damn. And that was a win for, you know, put a win in quotations, but as far as Trump, he wasn't even in politics at the time to cause such a stir up to make him go and do that. Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, Obama didn't have to prove anything, you know, but I think it was almost like, I wonder if he just said, like, fuck it, like, I don't have anything to hide, you know?
Yeah, you do question that stuff, you know, like Michael Jackson paying 20 mil off or whatever,
right?
You know?
But you know, like I mean, but you know, I don't like him saying like, you know, I don't have anything to hide, so why not show it? But I would have been, you know, I can't second guess Obama, but like, you know, say like, fuck it, Trump, like, show us yours. Do you have your birth certificate? Like, where is it?
Right.
Where is it?
Exactly.
I'm sure Donald Trump has never needed his birth certificate in his whole life. I'm sure he hasn't. You know, so go get yours. Go get yours. Where is it?
I think the only thing with that, or I think maybe I'd like to think, is that perhaps it was becoming too much of a distraction, and out of everything to be able to eliminate that, it's just like, look, let's do this so that we can move on. Unfortunately, got to do that, but we're not moving on until it's just going to be another thing. I'd like to think that more thought went into it than just him revealing it, you know?
Right.
That kind of way. Yeah.
Right. Because it was too big of an issue. The more like, it's like Umar with the degrees or the dissertation or the PhD or whatever. Like, show us your degree. You know, he refused to do it, and it was just like spiraling out of control, right? And now there's still people out there that don't think he's got a side D. And it's like, yeah, you know, he really does, but he kind of caused that to get aggravated to a certain extent by not showing it, when it's just like, yeah, because it starts making people think that you've got something to hide, like if you won't show it, right? Because if you got it, why not show it? Yeah.
Because somehow within this social media thing, the onus of proof is on everybody. Some schmo.
Yep.
You know, you could talk about whatever the hell that you're talking about, and you could talk about what you know, and they're like, well, prove it to me. Well, as though they're, you know, some authority or some shit. You know, I'm often the one like, hey, I know what I know. But in this world where it's like, prove it to me, and people checking receipts and stuff like that, it's just that easy for people to have the silver spoon versus, you know, fucking look. I don't know. Maybe I'm different on here, because when I think I know something, I did the research, and I know because I read the reliable stuff. I don't tend to do the back and forths on that too. So, I don't know. Then again, I couldn't picture being accountable to a whole nation of inquiring minds at the same time. So, you know. Right.
It's sort of like what we've experienced with the sector. It's like, no matter what you tell them, no matter what you show them, it's never going to be enough. You know? And so even after Obama showed his birth certificate, there are people like, oh, it's fake. It's fake. Okay, like, what am I going to do at this point? You know? And so, you know, that is the downside to try to prove things, because there's some people who will never accept it, ever.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
that is
wild. I mean, I can't, and I just can't, I hope, like, I want to hope that it's going to get better after he's gone. My fear is that, you know, he's changed the environment, he's changed the sort of zeitgeist so much that it's just going to be like, people are going to be like, hey, it worked for him, you know, like, let's go, you know. And I think he's really changed, like, how the courts and the executive branch and the Congress interact. I mean, they have really sort of just decided to let him go and let him just be crazy, and just do whatever he wants. And I have a book on my shelf that I had to read in college. I still have it because it was really profound. Called "The Politics of Serbia," and it was sort of this historian that did, and a political scientist that did a long-term evaluation of like how Serbia, like how they tolerated Milosevic for so long, right? And just was sort of government that produced Milosevic even before he was there. And they had been so intolerable, like the government had been so just, they've been such an albatross around the neck of the people that people decided, like, people disengaged. They just disengaged in waves. Like, they just, like almost like the government wasn't there. And it's like, we're just going to live our lives, and we've stopped being political. And so it allowed the government to get away with more and more and more, right? Because the people were just like, fuck it. Like, the government's going to do whatever they want. There's nothing I can do, So it just became so disheartening that they just, like, sort of checked out.
Right.
This was like almost an entire society that did that.
Right. I definitely hear that too, but I don't know if it's the right words to say the American people have too many freedoms to be able to sign off like that.
True. Yeah.
Because they feel like although they're, I guess they got government fatigue, if you will, they still feel like they got a dog in the fight.
Yeah.
If they got the right representation, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And if not for a long time, at least for a little time, they might have a foothold on something,
But then you got to question if that's an illusion. Like, if we've been given that to allow them to kind of get away with doing whatever they want, because we still have, like, we're being fed our dialogue that's like, oh, you can vote, we can do this, participate, and like in the back, they're still like whispering to each other, like they could go ahead and do whatever they want, They could go ahead and do all the participation they want. We're gonna, operate in the back rooms where they can't even see us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's all of that too, man. And just I don't know, maybe that's the genius of it. The sale of the illusion of this whole thing.
Yeah. What's the answer? I don't know. I don't know anymore. And I used to be a street activist, like an organizational activist, and I thought I was going to fix everything. Me and my comrades, we were going to fix everything, and now I just am like, I don't even know. Like,
what is it like for you? Is it like man, I forgot how the analogy goes, but basically like the plateau when you've climbed the mountain or whatever it is, and you think that you're reaching the summit, it's just the bottom of another level.
Yep. Yeah.
Kind of deal.
Yeah.
All you did is break through the ground of some other shit you need to scale now.
Yeah. And I grew very jaded in my old age, just like
it is jaded.
like all the romanticism is gone, all the romanticism of all that stuff. Because I think in my younger years, I was naive, I was very naive and thought like I was telling that story last week about how I went to Palestine. I thought, I was going to save Palestine, and it was just like, white girl, we've been struggling for 30 years to try to get free. And you're just going to come here and change it in 6 weeks, And so it's like, it's I think I took my rose-colored glasses off about how, what I was doing, and like the sort of self-importance of it all wore off for good, I think, in the long run. It's just sort of had to get like more realistic about things, and I think that happens when we grow older. I think it's inevitable to a certain extent.
I'm laughing. Listen, oh my God, it's this depressing. Like, you're going to war, your Gettysburg, or whatever it is. You're going to war. You're ready. You got all the artillery. You got all the men, the people, the women behind you. You put on a fight. The first heap. Whatever, they're down. You keep going. You go to your last man, your last woman, your last rifle, down to the whole thing, and then you find out that nothing changes. Nothing.
Yep.
You just lost a lot of men in the battle, and that nothing changes.
Yeah. There is one thing I'm proud of. I feel like I really made a difference, like a real difference one time.
Mhm.
And I'm very, I mean, I will never forget this. It's one of my, I wouldn't say accomplishments because I was I was one member of a small, but, a group that was not just me, right?
Yeah.
But it was a small group, and we managed to actually stop an execution, through political, like an organizing campaign. Like we did a campaign to stop this man named Kenneth Foster from being executed in the summer of 2007.
Mhm.
And we did. We managed to stop. He's alive. He's alive. And he's in prison still because they commuted him to life. But that's really all he was asking for. And he's alive, and he's gonna get out of prison because he got commuted to a life sentence, not life without parole, because the life without parole didn't exist when he got tried for capital murder. It was either life or death, and so he got commuted to life. And natural life is 30 years, and so he will get out, soon. I think he's gonna get out soon, because he got convicted in 1996. So 30 years is around the corner. I mean, it really should be this year. I should check on that.
Yeah.
We were a small sort of ragtag bunch, and we put up so much fight that the entire state of Texas was talking about this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And, we found out like the morning of his execution that the parole board, which has to vote first, had voted for clemency. And then, was it Rick Perry? It was still Rick Perry. He voted to go along with the parole board, and like at noon, he was supposed to be executed at 6:00, and at noon we found out it was off.
Oh,
and and I was so relieved, because I was so like, I was we were all carrying that weight on our shoulders that we were going to have to I've never talked to this guy except through letters. But, the more I was involved in this campaign, the more I felt like this was like somebody that was a family member. And the rest of us, like our group was like family. Like we grew really, really close to each other. And to have to go through that as a group, and like his daughter was involved, his wife was involved, his grandfather was involved, his father was involved. And to have to watch that happen was like, I was dreading it. And then when it didn't happen, I was like, well, look at that. And I was so happy. Yeah.
What
we were at a barbecue.
You don't have to go through the whole case or whatever with it, but what the main fight of that was? It that there was a guilt that you felt like some punishment or that the death sentence didn't warrant the crime, or just straight opposition to the death penalty in general? What was it? That too.
We were opposed to the death penalty, and we had already done a lot of work on trying to abolish the death penalty in Texas, which that's a whole other issue. But he was a special case. He was a very special case, and I think his case, in addition to saving his life, like, because he didn't deserve the death penalty, I don't think anybody does, but he actually didn't kill anyone. He didn't kill anyone. He was the passenger, and he was the passenger in a car. He wasn't even the driver. He was the passenger in a car where the shooter, and this is kind of why the death penalty was on the table, because they had been rolling around. They had done some robberies that night. They were all like, Kenneth was 19, and they had done some robberies. They pulled up to a house of a very prominent family in San Antonio. They were all lawyers. The dad was a judge at one point. The son that survived went on to become, the two sons that survived, one is a lawyer who's running for district attorney, and I think he's in Congress. No, he's in the state house. And then the other one became the district attorney of Bexar County. So this is the family we're talking about.
Okay.
The guy who shot the son jumped out And there was some question as to what if they were intending to do this, or this was sort of a surprise, to the rest of the car. Kenneth said that basically they had not planned another robbery, but they ended up in this neighborhood, and Mauricio, the guy who shot the LaHood son, got out and killed him. Killed this. He was in his driveway. They pulled. The Mauricio asked him to stop. He got out. I don't know if there's a robbery that went wrong. I don't know. Nobody really knows what happened between Mauricio and the youngest LaHood son, but he ended up getting killed.
Okay.
And Mauricio did the killing. He was the murderer, and he got back in the car, and they took off. They were all tried for capital murder. No, they were not all tried. They were all charged with capital murder. They were all indicted for capital murder. The driver and the other passenger that didn't get tried for the death penalty took plea deals. They are not in prison at this point. And then Kenneth refused to take a plea deal because he said, I'm not guilty of capital murder. I didn't do this. I didn't even know it was going to happen. I'm not guilty. And because the reason, the whole theory behind all of them being guilty for the murder is because there had to be like a plot, like a conspiracy to do this. Like they all had to have acknowledge and contribute to it somehow. And Kenneth said, I didn't do that. He was tried together. And you could do this under Texas law. If they're both charged with the same thing and it came out of the same transaction, you could try them together. So Kenneth is sitting there tried next to the actual murderer. It was not a fair trial. He never stood a chance. They introduced Kenneth's rap lyrics. Like they got a notebook full of some, hip hop lyrics, full of some lyrics that Kenneth had written. Introduced them against him. I mean, it was a terrible trial, miscarriage of justice, and they both ended up getting death. Mauricio got executed. He's no longer with us. For better, I mean, I don't believe anybody should be executed. I think every life should not be tossed away like that by the state. But Mauricio, it was not in question that he did that. Kenneth was able to continue his appeals for long enough to stay alive, and but his execution was coming up at the end of the summer of 2007. It was going to be August 28th, and I'll never forget that day ever. And we had been working on that case for a while, and we'd already built those relationships. But then, May, when the execution date got announced in May, when they said his date, we just went into high gear, and we ended up making this a big statewide issue. And a lot of people were they didn't want him to be executed. Like it was becoming more and more of a like we were winning the public opinion, and but a lot of it was they could hang their hat on him not getting a fair trial because a person who's not the killer should not be tried next to the killer, right? Because it's just going to be biased, like against the person who's being tried against him. They're not going to let one guy go without the death penalty if he's sitting right next to the person who murdered the guy. But yeah, like that, and that's exactly what Governor Perry said when he commuted him. He said, I don't think this trial was fair.
Rick Perry.
Yeah, and Rick Perry executed more, or Rick Perry was governor over more executions than I think anybody in the history of the country. And so for him to commute,
even Jeb,
I think so. Yeah.
Really?
Yep. But he commuted him of all things, and we never thought that was going to happen. Yeah. I mean, no, we had hope, but we were like, Rick Perry's going to be the biggest obstacle to this. Rick Perry's going to be the biggest obstacle. Yeah.
Sorry. One of the things with this, and I gotta kind of tie it all together here. And I see you down there, Lorna, with the one thing I'm fascinated with, because you're I don't know if you were part of whatever the equivalent of the Innocence Project is. These are organizations most of the time through universities and stuff that do exactly that, work to use newer evidence, DNA evidence and stuff like that to help exonerate what do you call it? Imprison people who were improperly or unlawfully imprisoned all this time. One of the things that fascinates me, and I'll even tie it into this presidency as well, is how much money. If people were, I think the most staunch freaking patriot will look at the way that the dollars are being spent in the judicial system, because these things cost money. It costs the taxpayers money to wrongfully convict and then exonerate people for how much it costs. I really want to know specifically what the number is for Trump. If people know, you can't even count how much litigation he's tied up in currently and how much he's tied up the court systems his whole professional life through frivolous, not even just fighting for his name sort of deal, but going after people in a very petty fashion that go after him to cause these fake lawsuits, no matter how they end up in convictions or later on thrown up. This is all done on taxpayer dime. I would love for those numbers to see a study or something where that information is disclosed, because if you're a staunch fucking Republican like that, that's got to bother you. That mismanagement of funds and where that money's going. To see that many people exonerated, it's got to be like, what are we doing with this system over here? The only way you're unbothered if you're that much of a goddamn racist and you're like, well, as long as it's not affecting me, is the way that you can be okay with that. But I feel, how the hell are these? How much money is getting tossed out of these fucking things? I got you. Here? Mm-hmm.
But, okay, there has been studies. There has been in a lot of different states. There's been studies, and this is what I thought. Okay, so I remember having this in the back of my head. Every single case. This isn't like a whole like group of the entirety of death row. This is every single person who's there. 1.5 million to 3 million per case.
Mm-hmm.
1.5 million to 3 million per case. Now, that is 2.5 times to 5 times more than they spend on a long-term incarceration.
Where are you doing this? Is this just the state? Because this happens in every state.
Right. Now that's pretty much that's across the board in death penalty states. Yep.
So I don't know. I don't know if a lot. I think you're even undermining it a little bit. I think it's got to be even more than that for things that we don't completely know, for how careless. Right. I mean, you can definitely. You know what? Yeah. I'm insulting your intelligence. Obviously, you can. You could go through the life loss, the amount of time in prison, the compensation for that.
Yeah.
Not to even talk about compensation, right? I was just talking about like in court time and the filing of papers and stuff. There are many other things, ripple effects to keep into consideration as well. And that is just crazy.
They don't think about. Let me see if I can find this. One of the exonerated Texas death row inmates I knew. He's unfortunately gone to glory. He didn't get executed. He got exonerated and released. But let me see if I can find exactly
how much does that mistake cost?
Right,
the taxpayers.
So, listen to this. He was on death row for 9 years before he got exonerated.
Okay.
Hold
on. Where's my pen? Hang on. All right, go ahead.
So, while he was in prison for something he didn't do, okay, they kept charging him child support that he couldn't pay.
Jesus.
He was, let's see, how much did his back pay rack up to? Let's see here. There's a law passed in Texas that if you're innocent in prison, then you don't have to pay your back pay. But he did. This law was passed because of him, that you wouldn't have to pay your back pay if you were innocent and released. So let's see. How How much was he supposedly owed?
Just as you're doing that
12
there, let me respond to brother. Yeah, I think that's that too. I think it's not even to resolve a case, brother, of a certain age. I think it's to string the weaker bank account along so that they just got no choice, bleed out their bank. Yeah.
So he owed $73,000 when he walked out in child support. 73,000. Now you think like that's not fair? Of course it's not fair. But you also think like he was paying it before he was incarcerated. So those children without child support for 9 years to the tune of $73,000. So if he had gotten incarcerated, that's another cost. You have to think about all these men who a lot of them were paying child support, or at least were obligated to pay child support, and were doing the best they can, right? Even if they weren't paying the full amount, they were getting behind, but still they were paying something. When they get locked up, even if they're guilty, when they get locked up, their children are going without that support. Right. So that's another sort of hidden cost of all this.
Right.
And you think about all the sort of uncalculable costs, right? Just taking people out of the community, taking people out of their, they aren't able to, even if they try, like they continue to be involved from prison, which that was another thing that people really liked about Kenneth. Kenneth's daughter was able to say, like, Kenneth's daughter, Naisha, was a baby when Kenneth went into prison. And she was 12? Yeah, 12. She was 12 when we did the campaign, and she was involved, like really seriously involved. She would speak at these rallies and stuff and give interviews. Like, she was great. And one of the things that really impressed people about Kenneth was that, he would still find money to send to her. And he couldn't, like, send it directly to her, but, he could. He could send money to her, but he'd also find ways to, like, get people to help him, like, get him the money, like people who were supporting him would, like, instead of sending it to him directly at that month, they would send it to somebody else who could buy Naisha Christmas presents from him, and instead of putting it on his books, he would buy Naisha presents with it. He would buy her birthday presents. He wrote her, they would write all the time. And so Naisha was able to say, like, even though my dad's on death row, he's raised me. He's helped raise me. And a lot of these men do that, but still keeping them from taking them out of the home, out of the community, out of their children's lives, and behind bars. Those are all sort of costs that you can't do. You can't replace that. You just can't. And you can't calculate the expense, but you can't replace that with anything. No money will ever replace that.
You can't measure the impact, right?
Absolutely not.
The possible impact, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Well, the impact, it's not even possible impact. It's real impact. Every one of these men, even if they are low down, dirty, people who you would not like, and you would, dangerous, like, I'm going to go out on a limb here. This might not be a popular opinion, okay? Except for the worst of the worst of the worst of the worst, who have something literally wrong with them and cannot, like, they are violent, just inherently violent. They're violent towards children. That is the people. There are people like that. And I'm not really talking about them so much. But, everybody has something to contribute.
And this is the thing, too. You really, as horrible as the industry is, you really can't even measure accurately what it's costing, not just the community, but the country as well. And perhaps if they looked at everything, because like I said before, empty jails don't pay. So they're not trying to keep the jails empty. They're trying to fill them up so that it could be business.
Yeah.
And I guess that's a business model that is just not good, for the people as well.
No.
Hey, I wanted to ask you a quick question.
Make it twisted.
I was talking before. Have you ever heard that case about Harry Connick Sr.?
No.
So you know who Harry Connick Jr. is, right?
Right.
Right. Have you heard about his father, the DA?
Oh, no. No, I feel like I've heard that name. I feel like,
Okay. Hey, Joe, can you throw up that video in the back? I think it's worth it. People never heard of this. You're going to be amazed because you know if you don't know who Harry Connick is, he's this, cool, seems like liberalish. And this isn't on him. This is not a story about him. This is a story about, you believe that this corruption is based in there. Yeah.
This guy.
Hey, Joe.
Okay.
Oh, there you should. All right. I just want to. Okay. There's going to be one for a few minutes. That might for like a minute. That might tell us a little bit. But then there's a longer one for like 20 minutes or something. So I just want to put people onto it.
Harry Connick has the highest per capita rate of wrongful convictions anywhere in the United States. Successive assistant district attorneys have come under severe criticism for a pattern of civil rights violations, including so-called Brady violations, meaning withholding of exculpatory evidence to defense counsel and other ruthless and illegal conduct on a level as to stagger the mind. Who was Harry Connick? How did he get the reputation as the deadliest DA in America? How did he get away with it for so long? Orleans Parish, under the tenure of Harry Connick, has the highest per capita rate of wrongful convictions.
All right, it's going. You probably, I didn't look at the other one over, but it's about 30 minutes. Perhaps we could pick and choose a couple, but you already heard a couple of the things from there. Under him, the DA over there in Louisiana, probably the parish that for these convictions and stuff, probably huge black population in there, as you'll find out which one of his things.
Right.
But isn't that quite a title to even have that? The most wrongful convictions under your tenure, for Christ's sake? What the hell is he doing?
That is a monstrous title to have. I couldn't even imagine what kind of motherfucker, what kind of motherfucking bastard can live with knowing that.
Now that means you've chosen to do the wrong thing.
Yeah.
That's the guy. Harry Connick Jr. is that jazz bluesy singer. That's kind of what I meant. Right. Yeah, I'd put him in the same thing. Lounge singery like Michael Bublé. Anyone, whatever that one was, I think probably at the top. I think most of these are fluff pieces. So I think he passed away a couple years ago or whatever. So most are going to be kind of like fluff pieces. Look for the one. I think it's that one. Actually, let me blow up my screen a little bit. Hold on, go up. I think you passed it a little bit.
It's this one right here.
That's not it.
Witnesses paid or coerced to lie under oath, and innocent people going to prison, sometimes on death row, and some innocent people being executed. Most of us think it is just Hollywood making a great suspense drama. Unfortunately, the truth is far worse, and nowhere was it as tragic as in New Orleans, Louisiana. The reason was the longtime district attorney, Harry Connick Sr. Yes, the father of musician and actor Harry Connick Jr. Orleans Parish, under the tenure of Harry Connick, has the highest per capita rate of wrongful convictions anywhere in the United States.
That's a failure.
Successive assistant district attorneys have come under severe criticism for a pattern of civil rights violations, including so-called Brady violations, meaning withholding of exculpatory evidence to defense counsel and other ruthless and illegal conduct on a level as to stagger the mind.
Which is intentional.
Harry Connick. How did he get the reputation as the deadliest DA in America?
Brady violations are intentional. That's intentional.
Yes, that's exactly what that says, right? So it was this agenda, and it's not just him operating on his will, right? This has got to be on the behalf of the state of everything else. Good old boys club. You're exactly right. It's an intentional decision to derail others' lives, and this is not the only person. Let's check out
some of these.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these people
How
are
did he get away
sociopaths
with
and
it
they're
for so
sadists.
long? Hello, I'm Colin
Shit.
Heaton, military veteran, historian, author, and welcome to this episode of Forgotten History. And insisted that a massive cover-up was taking place regarding the assassination. Connick defeated Garrison in the 1973 election, and after he became the city's top prosecutor from 1973 to 2003,
decades
he
of
led
corruption.
an office that sent hundreds of black men to prison, many to death row, and many were innocent. And this office became infamous for its record of wrongful convictions. Along with his tough stance on crime, he proved among the city's savviest politicians, and many powerful fellow Democrats owed him big time.
You hear that stuff? Tough
when
stance
Connick
on
took the
crime.
helm on April 1, 1974, he established a screening division that threw 50% of the cases out because he felt the cases weren't sufficient enough to be taken to court. Basically, it turned out that many of these cases were not prosecuted because they included his political friends and donors or their families who were charged with crimes who were let off. And they kept contributing to his reelection campaigns. As violent crime rates rose, Connick's prosecutors set a blistering pace, with some trials lasting only a matter of hours. Dozens of defendants were condemned to the state's death row, often with unreliable or even paid eyewitness testimony. Perjury by the state's witnesses and crooked cops was so common, it just became an accepted part of the legal process. Connick's prosecutors sent dozens of people to death row and made expansive use of the state's habitual offender law, and many were innocent. It was said that Connick tried to kill more innocent men than cancer.
Jesus.
Connick won election to 5 6-year terms, and his favor and ability as a master connector helped catapult political careers, said former mayor Mark Morial. Morial, president of the National Urban League, had been friends with Connick since the mid-1960s, when Connick and Morial's father, Dutch Morial, worked together as assistant U.S. attorneys. But let's look at the web of corruption within Connick's sphere. Terry Songy, a project manager for Johnson Controls Incorporated, was a central figure in a scheme to skim hundreds of thousands of dollars from an $81 million energy efficiency contract.
No kidding.
This was done during former Mayor Mark Morial's administration, and Morial and Connick, who had been friends for decades, were involved, and the corruption ran very deep. Terry Songy was the first major player to turn state's evidence in the biggest City Hall scandal in decades. Morial himself was also the first African American to be appointed a judge in the state of Louisiana. Easy for a Democrat in that city. Songy was sentenced to 6 months in prison in order to pay $70,344 in restitution to the city and federal governments by U.S. District Judge Sarah Vance on Wednesday, August 20th, 2008. Songy was the last figure sentenced in the scheme to loot the city's energy contract with Johnson Controls Incorporated, which wound up producing more than a dozen convictions. If you are moving to a warmer state or just a family-friendly region, contact Real
You'll probably
Estate
bump it up a
Advisors
little
with
so we
one
don't
of
have
their
to
14
check out the whole thing over there.
Oliver Thomas, stated in 1977.
There's one particular case, I think in the 80s, I want to know if they try to focus on.
Of the 36 cases, or 25% of the men sentenced to death in Orleans Parish from 1973 to 2002. 1 in every 4 men sent to death row by the New Orleans DA's office from 1973 to 2002 was convicted after evidence that could have cast a doubt on their guilt was withheld from them at trial.
See that shit?
4 men, about 11%, were completely innocent. 4 of those
Completely.
defendants were executed, and 4 others, including ex-New Orleans Police Department officer Antoinette Frank, remain on death row. 1 died of natural causes while on death row. Convictions for 28 other inmates condemned under Connick's record-setting tenure have been reversed due to prosecutorial misconduct, with 4
Stop
of
right
those
there.
on death row being exonerated. Consider the case of Dan.
That's another thing to consider. So not only that, but reversing the course on that is another pay or expense that they put out at the taxpayers' account. You know, it's like this whole thing. So they got to reverse all the bullshit that they did is more costs.
Yep.
What is the dollar? You won't even get close to whatever you think the dollar amount is on this massacre of justice, for crying out loud. Holy shit. Doing some outreach. Maybe. I wouldn't doubt it, Lorna. You know, definitely. You know, and it's not even like you know what? It's not even equal in the communities, brother.
No.
You know what I'm saying? If it and it's just like the Obama presidency. If he did like a fraction, a sliver of any of the things, you know, it would be magnified 1,000 times to this. I believe with this, and why people just don't know, or why people don't consider it such a miscarriage of justice or such an evil thing over there, is because of the privilege. It's overlooked. Otherwise, he should be under the jail of this, but he got to sail his whole life. You see it there in one of the things. He died at like
97.
Thank you, 97. Of a career of no discipline and having the title at the worst person of what you do out of the entire country.
Yeah.
Holy shit. So that's right.
I think a lot of these men, because I can tell you the story of a very similar prosecutor who was the elected DA for the county I'm originally from, Sebastian County, Arkansas, where Fort Smith is. My parents are from there. My dad grew up there, and he actually knew this guy who became the elected DA when they were kids. And my dad broke his ribs one time because he tried to steal his marbles when they were like 5. And so, you know, and the guy was a bully his whole life when he was a kid. You know, he was a bully. He was mean. His family was very powerful and rich, though, right? And that guy was sadistic when he was a kid. He grew up, you know, and he never shook that part of him, that edge to him, right? I think a lot of and he ended up sending more men to death row during his time than any other prosecuting attorney in Arkansas at the same time. Like, Sebastian County was just, and Sebastian County's not that big, right? Like, Little Rock is bigger. And even like comparison to other cities, it's like a very small to middle-sized town. I think like Fort Smith is only like 60,000 people. And they were just churning people into death row, right? And most of them were, you know, even though Sebastian County has sort of a significant percentage of the population that's black, but, you know, it was very disproportionate black men being sent to death row by this man. You know, I think a lot of these men who do this are sadists. They're sadistic. They enjoy, you know, and they will always kind of frame that in a way that, like, well, these men deserve it. Yeah, these men deserve it because they could never accept, at least publicly, they could never admit that these people are actually innocent. They will never admit it. They will never admit it.
Exactly what you're saying there. Even with this, people are still, oh, this doesn't exist. If those people are in there, they deserve to be, you know, in their sort of deal as well. So somehow this has worked in a system that's still able to change the perception of people to blame the victim in this whole thing.
Right. That prosecutor I was talking about, his name is Ron Fields. And Ron Fields went on, during his time as DA, there is a lot of talk, a lot of rumors, and my dad and his best friend at the time, well, they're still best friends. They're still great friends. I mean, it was probably dad's best friend his whole life. They both went on to be in the federal government, but they started as municipal police officers before Ron Fields became the district attorney. But Nemo, his name is Nemo, he was the municipal police officer longer and knew Ron, and my dad knew Ron too. And in the 80s, there was a lot of talk, and a lot of people believe this, including my father and his best friend Nemo. Ron Fields killed somebody. Like, he didn't kill him. He didn't kill her himself, but he had a police officer kill her.
Right.
Yeah. It's like that. And then he went on, after he went to Washington, D.C. with Asa Hutchinson. It was like an undersecretary with Asa Hutchinson. And the DEA, right? Of course they ended up in the DEA. Of course they did. And but he got sent home. He got a security clearance yanked one day after a big FBI investigation. His home got raided, all this stuff. He got sent home, right? And now he's a defense attorney and making big bucks in Sebastian County. And it's like, these guys, they're gonna get sometimes these guys only get what's coming to them on Judgment Day. That's the only way I can justify it. Like, these people seem to always be able to land on their feet, even when they get these titles, even when they get their security clearances yanked under very suspicious circumstances. And it's like, how do these men not end up in prison themselves? Because they're sadistic.
Well, it opens up, the question as well is how these men took oaths, and sure, same men that are going to be in church on Sunday, who took this oath, and again, the bigger implication of that is how they interpret it, who they consider, be good to your fellow man, all these other. Whatever the creed is, whatever it says in their religion and all this stuff, of how they conceptualize it in their mind to still be so cruel to others and not consider them as you are purposely ruining lives under and you're part of this system that says, okay, it's okay for decades. And again, very much like, your situation, this other, the Reuben Carter and all these other people, that it's not just in these areas. It happens all over the country. There are people in positions like this that make decisions like this as well.
Yeah.
Brother of a certain age, what's up? Welcome. Good night.
What's good? What's good? Usual. Hey, as usual, great conversation. Always.
Was thinking about you too, because I know we have more to discuss with a lot of the things that we put out there, about being good people and all the, I'm paraphrasing now, but we've definitely had discussions around this area also.
Yeah, man. Just always thought-provoking shit going on over here, man. This has to continue to grow, and this has to be successful, because this is really, really always, I mean, amongst the fun and all that shit. It's cool to laugh while you're getting educated and while you're learning something and while you're discussing some serious topics. And so, I put in the chat, like, people, we just, on a whole, I'm not saying anybody up here, but as a whole, we just really don't care enough about each other to hold people accountable in a real meaningful way on a large scale, because we're too busy trying to survive. Everybody's in survival mode. Most people trying to, pay, trying to put the average person trying to figure out how to put gas in their car, or dealing with higher, insurance rates, medical insurance, prescription, too busy fighting amongst each other because of what our pigment is and our genders. And meanwhile, these guys are taking, like, every chance the government and to me, people on the whole have to, like show that humanity is the most important thing. And again, I'm talking on a large scale. I'm not talking about organizations who are doing some meaningful things. I don't want to downplay that. There's a lot of really good organizations, a lot of really good people doing good things. I'm just saying as a whole, most people are kind of like, well, it's kind of not in my backyard, so I don't really see it. So, I don't see all the snakes. And then if you go out your backyard and your backyard's full of snakes, you have a fit. And, a lot of people are too busy surviving. But every chance we get as a society, like this, one of the things that's bothered me to the day now is the whole thing, the legalization of marijuana. And I guess to a smaller scale, because it was years ago, alcohol, had its run with prohibition and all that. But the amount of people that it's affected in a negative way, and I'm talking about lost time. You guys are talking about family members, kids being raised with their parents or fathers in jail and stuff like that. The amount of time lost, the amount of records and things like that. And then for, like kind of like the government and whoever just to come in and be like, all right, we're going to legalize it. And then we're going to open up these shops and we're going to make some money. And I don't think there are enough programs that are designed to let the people who were affected by it negatively kind of get like a reparation type of thing. Like they were affected by it. Now that it's legal, there's maybe some programs here. There's definitely, you might know, maybe some programs here or there that attempt to kind of make communities whole.
Right. They have to release those people.
But I mean, even after the release,
how do they make it right? What's like after? Right.
Because now the government got his grubby hands in there. Uncle Sam put on his Tupac bandana and his saggy jeans, and he come to the block like, yeah, y'all gotta pay me now. And the people that's been affected for years, just kind of go, all right, well, hey, now we're gonna get some money off, we're gonna tax it, and at the very least, right? Those guys are. I know I don't want to take over the pedal, but at the very least, like those guys are those are businessmen. Maybe they should have got the opportunity to run the legal shops. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
I think that they should get like some form of reparation. I was just saying, but but I was just cutting in this a little bit so I could say I'm going to sleep. But
damn it, Joe.
Oh, my bad.
Passing out, Joe.
No, I was supposed to leave like about an hour and a half ago.
We didn't say anything. She was only really guaranteed. What up, Seven? Good morning to you. But, she was only guaranteed for a little amount of time, but she stuck it in there. She stuck it in there for a little bit, man. So we thank you for that, Joe.
All right. Well, I'll be listening somewhat in the clouds if I'm not dozing off. But thank you for having me up. And I am out. And brother, good point. Continue.
Absolutely.
Get you some rest. Count those goofies jumping over the moon, right?
Yeah. All right. Bye.
Thanks, Joe. Bye.
That was the right. You touched on the broader conversation that we were having there. Again, the good versus evil sort of thing. What is that? What Irish philosopher? I think they used it. You would know it because they used it in a Marvel movie. The only good. Shit. Give me a minute. The only thing necessary for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing. Right?
I know the saying. I don't know who's attributed to, but yeah, right.
And the thought of that is what evil works overtime. Evil doesn't take a day off. It's not like remember Wile E. Coyote and the sheepdog, where they clock in and they go at each other for like 8 hours trying to kill each other, but then at the end of the day they clock out, and then they're not trying to kill each other anymore. Evil just goes around the clock and around the clock, man. And good people take the day off to be able to recharge and do whatever. These guys, I personally believe, if I've never said this before, that the line between good and bad or peace and chaos is so utterly thin in society.
It really is.
Right. We're not as separated as you think. I think we're so close to brother. I think happened. Yeah, I think we're totally closer to that than anything else, man. And go ahead.
Before the rise of the Third Reich in Germany, I mean, think about this. Like, they became the fascist country that we all remember, right? I mean, the most horrid, some of the most horrid, crimes against humanity, they were responsible for. But before Hitler took over, Germany was the most educated country in Europe. The Germans were some of the most traveled. They were some of the most liberal. When you think about Berlin, all kinds of stuff that wasn't allowed in other parts of Europe was happening in Berlin. As far as like, what was his name? Was studying homosexuality. What they called it, homosexuality. Gender identity. Of course, he was Jewish, so all his research got burned because he was Jewish and because of the subject matter. They burned it all, so he lost it all. But Germany was not a backward place, but they still, even though they were sort of a very metropolitan, very cosmopolitan, very sophisticated society, Hitler still got them. That the Nazi philosophy was still, they still fell into it. How did that happen? Like, what happened to them to make that, get into their brain, to make that sort of like disable all their critical thinking? Like, what happened? How did that happen? But it happened over time. It's like a frog in boiling water. They don't know to jump out as the temperature goes up and up. But still, it's like, how did they go from this to that? It doesn't make it. You think too, like, doesn't make any sense. But I mean, it just shows you how humanity can. We're only so many steps removed from something like that.
All right, I'm laughing here. Hang on for a minute. Hold that thought, because I want to show you this if you haven't heard. And this is going around. I wish I asked Joe about.
Democracy Now!
Chicago had one, not recently, but all the way from
scandals
from the 70s, where they used
the torture scandals. Yep.
Say again.
The torture scandals. The tortures that was happening in the police department or the police headquarters.
Right.
Yep.
That without the name there, and like they had to raise the building and stuff because this is where they used to bring people to torture them to get confession. Yep. But the point about that is kind of like this video that I'm going to show. Guys, let me know if you could hear this and stuff, because normally when Joe shows a video and stuff, somehow my sound gets knocked out. So I'm about to play it. When you see your mouth moving and stuff, let me know that you can hear it. The thing is the reverse cost. Now, I'm not even going to present this. It's about a 7 or 9 minute video. We'll play the main parts of it, but it goes very much along the lines of what we're talking. I just don't want to give it away. So here we go. Let me know if you can't hear it. All right, guys. It's playing.
Yeah, you can't hear it. I can't hear it.
You said you can't hear it?
I can't.
Okay. Guys, did you hear anything at all from the video? I forgot what I got to do. God damn it. I don't know. I don't know what I did. Let me try again. Hang on. Anything. Can't hear anything, beautiful? Can't hear? Okay. What did she tell me to do?
Yeah, I can't hear. Sorry.
Still can't hear? Nobody heard it yet? All right. I don't know what to do by this point. What can I do? I think if I unplug something, I'll try one more thing. Well, let me just see if I unplug this all together. Hang on. All right.
Here on Democracy Now!, democracynow.org.
Here.
I'm Amy Goodman. Okay. And what may be the single largest dismissal of wrongful convictions in U.S. history. Massachusetts prosecutors announced Tuesday
Guys, hearing?
they're going to throw out
Yep, we hear it.
21,587 criminal drug cases. The cases were all prosecuted based on evidence here
All right, let
on
me read that.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. And what may be the single largest dismissal of wrongful convictions in U.S. history, Massachusetts prosecutors announced Tuesday they're going to throw out 21,587 criminal drug cases. The cases were all prosecuted based on evidence or testimony supplied by a former state chemist who admitted to faking tests and identifying evidence as illegal narcotics without even testing the evidence. The chemist, named Annie Ducan, pleaded guilty in 2013 to tampering with evidence during her 9 years working at a state crime lab in Boston. During that time, thousands of people were convicted based on her false statements. Tuesday's announcement is a major win for civil liberties attorneys and public defenders who spent years in litigation fighting to have these drug cases dismissed. Many of the so-called Ducan defendants have completed lengthy prison sentences and continue to suffer the consequences of being convicted of a drug offense, from not being able to get jobs to already being deported. Well, for more, we're joined by three guests. Matt Siegel is with us in D.C. He's the legal director of the ACLU of Massachusetts. Mallory Honora is a member of the Boston
I'll let it go a little bit
Families
more.
for Justice as Healing, which has been advocating for those wrongfully convicted as a result of tainted evidence handled in the scandal. And Timothy Taylor also joins us from Massachusetts. He was arrested in 2009, served 5 years in prison on a drug trafficking charge. Annie Ducan is on record as having handled evidence in his case. Taylor's asked for it to be reopened. We welcome you all to Democracy Now! Matt Siegel, first talk about the breadth, the scope of this case. This is historic, over 21,000 cases. What's happening to them?
Well, you're right, Amy.
Before you even go, 21,000 convictions overturned, not just overturned. What? All right, I'm going to save. Hold on.
And thank you for having me. It is historic. We think it is going to be, when all is said and done, the single largest dismissal of cases in U.S. history. And it's because this misconduct was allowed to go on for so many years. And as a consequence of that, people have already served their sentences and have been living with the collateral consequences of those sentences. So what we hope will happen as a result of these dismissals is that it will allow people like your guest, Timothy, to move on with their lives, to rebuild their lives, and to move on from these convictions.
So give us the history of what took place, Matt. Talk about this one tester in Massachusetts and what this led to. How many years she worked there, and are there others involved?
Well,
good question.
She worked there for around 8 years. And unfortunately, it takes a village to taint 21,000 cases. And although she was probably the only person who was intentionally falsifying evidence, there were a lot of missteps along the way. She was caught red-handed in June 2011. Her misconduct wasn't disclosed to the public until August 2012. And even then, prosecutors didn't step forward to voluntarily vacate these convictions. Instead, it took years of litigation by the public defenders, by pro bono lawyers, and by the ACLU to get to this point now, where prosecutors, having lost in court at the Massachusetts Supreme Judicial Court in January, are agreeing to these dismissals. So it was unfortunately a really long and difficult process, but what we're hoping comes out of it is a roadmap for dealing with these kinds of scandals, both in Mass.
So yeah, it is pretty low there. There's not much I could do about turning that up. But the main points are a couple things here. So again, 21,000 cases. Now that's not all she's done over there. But again, I'm thinking about the money. I'm thinking about the on what behalf. This is for the prosecutors. This is for the state to have more convictions. So although this isn't in Louisiana, this is in Boston. Same sort of system where it's not just the DEA agent. It's the testing, it's the lab, it's the police that have to go arrest these people as well. And then you have a whole system to get these men. So 21,000 cases, you have to reverse those. You think of the cost putting these guys, that's an investment of whatever they're doing to, of course, put a certain group of individuals behind bars. So it's funny, Josephine had mentioned reparations as well. I'm under the belief all the way up to this point, everything under, the guise of justice, the war on crime, the war on drugs, all that bullshit has to be scooped up into those claims as well,
Right.
Go ahead. What are your thoughts on that?
So I found a very short article while that was playing about old Annie Ducon, and why. I just Googled like Annie Ducon, why did she do it, right? And the Science History Institute has a very short article about her, and it's not terribly short, but it goes into her basically, like at the beginning of it is about her specifically. Apparently, she was just a stone cold liar. She lied when she was in undergrad. She lied at her first job. She's just a liar. But it says, she's never really stated her exact reasons. But it's like liars lie, right? And sometimes people just have a personality disorder that leads them to just being just deceptive in general. Like they call what do they call
You're hitting the nail on the one thing that I do know about this case is that she was trying to make good for her supervisors to show that she was getting the results that they were looking for, and she was very proud of that also. So exactly right what you're saying.
And she did send prosecutors what they call earnest emails. I guess this is how they've been described by the people who prosecuted her, about getting bad guys off the street. So she felt like she was, and a lot of these people who do this, who send innocent people to prison, they always feel like they're doing the Lord's work. The ends justify the means.
Dangerous. More than dangerous.
Very
you're doing
dangerous.
this kind of, of course, we're more critical of these people that are supposed to have the superior ethical, judgment, especially for what they do, because especially for that, it could affect lives. But they took an oath for justice. And it just wonder, the whose God do you serve if you're doing stuff like this?
Yeah, I don't trust them. But the average American trusts them, right? They trust them to be doing the job that they say they're supposed to, that they're doing. We trust them with that oath. We think that they would only be doing these kind of jobs if they actually cared. But unfortunately, this kind of power attracts people who want to be powerful, right? And that is never,
very
it's like, and I've always said the only good judge is somebody who never wanted to be a judge. And unfortunately, those are not the kind of people who run for judge, right? The only kind of people who run, if you have elected judges, which we do, the only kind of people who run for judge are the people who want to be a judge, and I don't trust those people. I don't, because
look at it.
Yeah.
Look, because you're sometimes, growing up, you're kind of skeptical of, I put quote unquote the man in quote unquote the system.
Right.
But you don't even really know what the system or who the system is to be so skeptical about, right? You don't know when they say they send your DNA or whatever to the lab. You don't even question, as a regular dude, I think, you don't even question the validity of the lab. You just assume that institution is unbiasedly doing what that institution is supposed to be doing. not knowing that you never even had a chance in the first place.
Well, and we trust their methods because a lot of people will just assume that they wouldn't be doing these tests unless these tests gave accurate results, right? Because they wouldn't use a test that wouldn't give accurate results, right? Right? They wouldn't do that.
Right. God, and how do you feel, in these cases, in any of the cases they made movies or whatever about being wrongfully convicted, but you're in this cold, lonely, dark, hard place that's just you're stripped of your rights. You can't reach out. You can't do anything. You're so powerless. You got this whole system about you. Nobody believes you. And on top of that, now they say they have proof.
Right. I knew a guy who was on Oklahoma's death row, and I met him after he got out, named Greg Wilhoit. And unfortunately, Greg Wilhoit is no longer with us either. A lot of these guys, even after they're exonerated, they die younger than the statistical expectation, right? Because it takes so much out of them. I mean, it just takes so much out of them that it shortens their lifespan, as you wouldn't believe it. You believe it would, but it makes sense, right? But Greg was convicted of killing his wife, and the biggest part of the evidence against him, the biggest piece of evidence, was a bite mark, alleged bite mark on her chest, and they had a forensic orthodontist come in and match, quote unquote, that quote unquote bite mark to Greg, right? They got a mold of his teeth and basically just matched it, right, to the alleged bite mark. If I remember correctly, it wasn't even a damn bite mark. But they have him sitting there allegedly because his teeth matched a thing that wasn't even a bite mark on her. And there he is sitting there, and Oklahoma death row is terrible. Death row is always terrible, but it's underground. It's underground. They never get any sunlight at all. They are in these small little cells. They get no human contact. No one can touch them at all. And it's like it robs you. Prison itself robs you of your humanity, right? It just robs you of your humanity because any kind of incarceration does. Because one of our, and I realized this not too long ago. Like, one of our basic instincts and freedoms as humans is to move around, right? We can go for a walk. We can go from room to room. We can swing our, you can swing your legs. You can leave where you are and go into another space. You can cross the street. Like, this is something we do. We've always done this. Humans have migrated because of this. Like, we have the freedom to move. In prison, you can't. And that's just, like, even you're told to sit down. You're told to stand up. You don't. Yeah. And somebody else is literally controlling your movements. And that's just, like, the most...
To a free guy. Like, I can't, to have those limitations. You can't even go outside when you want. You can't take a shower just up and whatever when you want. You know what I'm saying? Everything they try to glorify about it in whatever culture, this, that, the other. I wish they would glorify the hell of it to just to keep people away from that sort of thinking.
Right. And the hell, because I've known guys like this. I knew a guy. He's also gone to glory. One of my best friends, my life, great. He was a great man. But the state of Texas didn't think so. And he spent a lot of his he went to prison for the first time when he was 15. And it wasn't juvenile, because at that time, if you were 14 or older, you were criminally liable in Texas. This was back in 1953. And that was just sort of the first step on a long road of being incarcerated over and over and over again. Now, Johnny knew what he was doing was prohibited by law. Like, it wasn't any issue of him being innocent so much. I think he was wrongfully accused one time, but it was stuff that he was just like, basically he was like, the society doesn't care about me and doesn't care about my people. You know, he grew up on the west side of San Antonio, which was so neglected because it was the Mexican side of town that they didn't have proper, sewage. They didn't have proper running water. They didn't have proper streets. They didn't have proper schools. San Antonio treated them like shit. Like they weren't supposed to be there. Like they were given. San Antonio was doing them a big favor by even allowing them to be there, essentially.
Right.
And you think about that, like some of these people back then, like their ancestors, not that many generations before, had been there before it was Texas. So who's doing who a favor?
Right.
They had crossed the border crossed them. And so but they're being neglected to the extent that it's I mean, it was so vile, such a terrible part of San Antonio history. And so Johnny became a gangster because he was like, they don't care about me, so why should I care about them?
Yeah. I mean, if I'm looking, I own my stuff, got a career, my education. And I look at this like looking away from these cases, you really damn near don't have a chance. It's so disheartening. It's to see that not just that there's a system set up like this, but there's people making people feed into this system also.
Yeah. Right. And the reason I brought him up was because it's not just the hell of the penitentiary. It's the hell of getting institutionalized and getting used to the penitentiary.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is part of it. And then what are you going to do? You can't reverse that. You can't compensate that. And now a lot of the states have is Texas one of these places for wrongful convictions that they can't compensate you if you got a prior, no matter what it is, if you got like a parking ticket, some other shit like that. So say they determine that you deserve like $2 million for being incarcerated for 20 years or some shit like that. But then they look at your record and see that you were convicted of something, and then they find out they don't have to pay you anything, is what these states are doing.
We don't do that here in Texas. We don't do that, but we make it especially hard. Like any innocent person, you don't have to be on death row, but any innocent person is allegedly eligible for compensation, but they have to go through this process called getting declared actually innocent, which is different than getting your conviction overturned and getting released. Like you could even be it could even be not in dispute that your conviction got overturned because you didn't do the shit. But you still have to go through this process of getting declared actually innocent. Like the Court of Criminal Appeals has to write an opinion saying you're actually innocent. Unless that happens, you don't get compensation.
Right, but that has happened. I mean, some states are finding a way not to pay, which is even more of a slap in the face. It's a slap on the other cheek on top of that too.
Right. And that's why Texas passed this rule that you have to be declared actually innocent, because they want to just basically, stop everybody from, except for very few, from getting compensation. It's a way to save money.
Right. So okay, so I don't know, that's your professional opinion, just I guess an opinion, or what you look at stuff like this. We know there's a good old boys club from the past. We know targeted demographics, this, that, the other. Is it simple to say things are getting better? Is it getting more tailored to the boys club, the old boys club? Are we looking at a system that will never fully be flushed out? Well, what does this imply to you?
A lot of times I feel like we take 2 steps forward and 3 steps back, or 2 steps forward, 3 steps forward, and 1 step back. But that's sort of like the sort of nature of politics in general. There's always sort of a pendulum swing and that kind of thing. I think we have gotten better on a lot of issues here in Texas. We have gotten, the pendulum has swung to a certain extent back, but only on a few things. There's a few specific issues that, the government here, the state government wanted to get real hype on. So, they kind of had a public sphere campaign. And so our bail reform has gotten basically, dead-ended. Like they've really reversed a lot of good things we had happening on bail. Basically making a whole swath of people ineligible for bail. Just making them basically sit there unless they have a lot of money for a bail bondsman. And we're talking lots of money. So we were going towards getting rid of the money bond system. That's where we were headed. But then, the government decided that was not going to happen. So they created all these fear campaigns about people who are already out on bond, and then they do something that is just really despicable. Like they commit a murder or something while they're out on bond. And so, they really, of course, they blame personal bonds, which is like our same thing as a PR bond. But most of these guys who did that stuff were not out on a personal bond. They were out on surety bonds, and they basically truncated, like a lot of people have to get surety bonds or nothing. So the solution didn't even fit the alleged scenario. But that's sort of where, what happens is, like, there's whole, like, types of criminal offenses where you can't get bond at all. You're just going to sit there. But at the same time, like, there's been a lot of movement against, quote, mass incarceration. And so there's certain things that have gotten better. There's certain offenses where they've reduced the penalties, for example. Or a lot of more move towards probation, pretrial diversions, that kind of thing. I have a concern about probation, though. It is, different. I mean, obviously, you have some more freedom if you're on probation than in the penitentiary, obviously. But then, some of the problems I've seen with probation is it's incredibly surveillance intensive, like very, there's a lot of equipment they're using. There's a lot of expensive equipment. There's a lot of just like, I think like probation is a great backdoor way into like more surveillance culture, and so, that kind of thing is scary for me, but then it's like, it comes along with mass incarceration. It's just like, well, we got to do something with these people, right? So we'll just watch them all the time. It's like, well, and I think like the better solution, instead of just like, we've got to do something with these people, it's like, why do we have to do something with these people, especially like nonviolent offenses? It's like, why do we have to do anything? It's like, why do we subject them to quote correction or reform when it's like, that's not you cannot get sober through probation. Like, you can't do that. You might be able to do it for other reasons, but probation itself, just making you stop one day because you got sentenced to probation, ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work.
Right.
That's just not it. Unless you're ready, unless you're doing other kinds of programs, or you've decided you're going to be sober. Like a probation officer telling you, or a judge telling you can't use drugs anymore, that ain't how that works.
Right.
So why do we have to do something with these people just because they've done something we don't care for, which is use drugs, right?
I don't know, like you'll know, but I know some prisons stop like earning degrees and you're not allowed to, is that nationwide or is that statewide? Or do you know which
it's
states?
State by state. It's state by state. Yeah, and we you don't get to have any sort of like college, like nothing like that. We have an actual like school system where you could go and get your high school diploma, if you don't have that, but no higher learning it's just not possible. I mean, if you can find a program that's willing to let you do it for free or have your relatives pay for it and then do it by correspondence, then yeah, some people have done that, but they only until recently have had access to any kind of technology. They've given them these tablets, which are junk. A lot of them are junk. And they've been a big boondoggle to the companies that provided these tablets because they got this contract and they charged the state so much for these tablets, like way more than an average tablet would cost, And so they made a lot of money off the stuff, and they provided the state junk for the most part. but yeah, you could use those to do classes and stuff. So now they have that, but it's not a full scale computer. You don't have internet access. You don't have a lot of things, or it's just like limited internet access to use it for the things that they accept it for. But there's so much bureaucracy and it's so complicated that it basically makes it impossible. Yeah.
Right. And then the question goes, I mean, why would you remove this stuff if it's really a correctional, facility as well? Adding to the point from earlier on, like, do they really want people to get better, or is it just to perpetuate, this nonsense to keep this PRISM system in rotation? Yeah,
I mean, back in the 90s when all this was sort of like, when people were sort of starting to question, like, it was and starting to sort of agitate against, programs in the prisons. It would be, the rhetoric would sort of be like, why should we reward them for going to prison? Why should we give them benefits that even the average American citizen doesn't get, that was kind of the thing, right? And it's like, well, you put them in prison, so it's not the same. It's not the same, right?
Right. And you want improvements. You want a better citizen,
right?
Coming out. Yeah.
According to you, because you're a good guy, you're a good guy, average American citizen. You don't need to be like having these programs, right? Because you're a good guy. You could do all this yourself, or you don't need it, whatever. And so you are like, that's you say this person needs all this stuff, but you're not going to provide it. Okay, I mean that makes sense, right? That makes sense. It's like, and I think it comes down ultimately to the criminal system. Even like back in post medieval ages, but going into like the sort of modern times, but even like under common law in England, under like European systems, like it was all about sending a message, right, to society as a whole. These are the bad. You're the good guys, right? You're the law abiding. These are the bad people. The criminal system was meant to create a second class that was the bad people, right? And everybody could look at them and be like, those are the bad guys. I'm not a bad guy.
Right.
Those are the bad guys. And those are the people who don't deserve society's protections. I do, because I'm a good guy.
Right.
And it's all about like excluding a whole swath of people from the protections that the quote unquote good guys get. And it's all about like sending a message like, you don't want to be one of the bad guys, so do what we say. That's it.
Yeah.
And it's fine. Whatever happens to the bad guys is fine, because they're not part of our society. Like they're not, they're not protected. Like we're the protected. They're not.
Yeah. It's a lot, man. It is a lot. And you want to, like a brother. I don't know why didn't you come back up, a brother? You at work or whatever? You're welcome to come back up, although I don't think I'm going to last that much longer on here, But, it really, what do you believe? You want to be optimistic about the system, right? You want to see a case like Carmelo Anthony, depending on, it doesn't even matter which side. As long as he goes to court, you want to see the court system do what it's supposed to do with this kid, whether he's found guilty or innocent or whatever, And I think are we ever going to see a system that, all right, this person's been apprehended, they're going to get evidence, this, that, the other, where they're truthfully going to get a fair shake about stuff? And I don't know. I might leave this earth thinking that, no, it'll never, we're never going to achieve that system.
Well, I've never, even though I'm nowhere near as romantic about, street activism and stuff, I have not yet subscribed again to capitalism.
Right.
I'm not a capitalist, and I'm not like a dyed-in-the-wool communist either. It's just, I'm not a capitalist. I don't think the system's beneficial. I also think like I'm not a revolutionary either. I think we're going to grow out of it. We have to. But like under capitalism, I don't think it's going to be a fair system. I don't think like it's burdened by the class system. It's burdened by the race system, that's what it is. It's the right, the kind of the apartheid state. That's a system, right? That's capitalism too. And so I don't think we're ever going to be able to shake that kind of division of society that renders like a whole swath of the population without really any of the defenses against what the system can do to them.
You know, that's one of the things that kind of baffles me. For because we're here, right? So we're born here, so there's that, and we don't really have a choice in the system that we participate in, unless we're going to leave, right? But how do you navigate through this capitalist system, contributing to it? So like I work and, I contribute to a 403B, and, that is invested in the stock market, and even, I have control over it, so I can have a sit down with a representative and go over my stocks and anyway, this all contributes to capitalist imperialist society. And one day I'm going to retire and I'm going to need money to live. You know what I'm saying? So like while I know when I looked at the examples, it's, not the best system for humanity in my opinion, but I'm a part of it. And like, how do you how do you resolve yourself with that idea that, we are a part of it. We know it's not we know that, it could be a better way to do things, but
even if you're
meanwhile we're contributing to it. So like, how do you even think of it that way?
Right. Well, as an anti-capitalist, the way I sort of think about it is we're all victims of this stuff. We're all subjugated to it. And so we are the ones that are imposing the system, right? We're just trying to survive in it. Right. We haven't been given the rules. We got given the rules. We're forced to play by them, and we don't have it. We ultimately, and I heard somebody say this once that it's very profound. The only thing worse than being exploited by capitalism is not being exploited by capitalism.
Yeah. And as you heard before, I don't even like to say we have no choice. I don't know. Maybe the answer to that is we really don't even have any choice but to believe in the good of things. We're not powerful enough to even think on the other side, or base our life on if things were all bad. Well, and then you're part of that system, and then how does the outlook of life look to you? If you submit to that way of thinking, also, it's a real mind screw.
Like so you got like what is it, GM and all those guys from what else was in Detroit? The motors, the car dealer,
a lot of metal things.
Like so you got people who contribute. They made American products, and you can get behind that, and they fed families, and for years, not in recent times, but for years, generations of people have worked their whole life and got a pension and retired and were able to, buy a house and leave something to the next generation, or like GE over here in Connecticut. GE was big, and they built these houses, these the quads, so four family houses that are right across the street from GE. They're big companies, so that the people lived there. They had a job for years. They retired, and meanwhile, the system that they contributed to, has caused so much, damage and hurt and harm, and but these are people that they're just trying to feed their family. So like, what do you? Is it what is the out? Like you said, are we're being exploited or but like what is the actual out? Like we're not powerful enough to create another system,
right.
per se. So you might have little subsets, like you might like Mormons and things like that they have like their own kind of thing and sort of, but you know, we all kind of here. And nobody, you know, I'm not trying to do any harm. I just want to feed my family. But the for the greater good, like, you know, what am I actually doing for the greater good? I don't even want to wrestle with these things anymore. You know, you had mentioned in your lifetime, you're gonna die, whatever the system is. But like,
right.
Yeah, I don't even want to wrestle with this shit anymore.
Right.
You know?
Right. That's what I'm saying. At the end of the day, the battle, when you fought your last fight, you put everything you got into it for, you know, just to pick up and continue. And then you were just another, you know, molecule around the way. It really is a thought like that. I think part of it too is now we're inundated with a whole bunch of distractions.
Right.
That it's like, before at least we had a little bit more sense of community. You know, we didn't have these resources where we could literally go on the internet, have your personal device or anything like that, and then sign off. You know, I believe so many things now are created why we couldn't have a boycott, a bus boycott, or even a successful Target boycott or anything like that. We're so just individualized and whatever. You know, that's really the only thing we could resort to. Well, at least I'm in charge of everything in my home, you know, so on and so forth. Good night, my. And Lorna, also, if you're there, forgot to say good night to you guys. I didn't want to interrupt anybody. Thank you for tuning in. But, again, you know, a brother, we're down this path. It's a lot. You're like feeding into this goddamn system. Am I complacent in the system as well? And what do I even do, you know, to push back a little bit at this sort of?
And do you have the right to be complacent? Like, you know, I'm 53 years old. Like, at what point am I just gonna, you know, do I just want to, like Stephanie said, I'm not a revolutionary. So like,
right.
You know, I'm an anarchist in my mind, right? Tear it all down and let's, you know what I mean? But but shit, if you put me in the woods with a bow and arrow, I'm not gonna eat. I'm gonna starve.
That's when I become vegetarian, Danny.
You know what I'm saying? What's
that much.
what's the alternative? In the UK, they would call it, what's the alternative for a bloke like me? Like, what am I supposed to be doing when this is what I was given and this is what I bought into? And as you know, they say as you start to, you can't unknow and unsee things. So like, do you just put your, you know, when you're doing something and you don't want to, you just like whistling and looking around like, you know, you put your blinders on and focus on your family, because that may be the right thing to do in the moment and present right now. For like, I got to feed my kids and I want to provide this life for my kids. But what is the life that I'm providing for them? Like after I'm gone, like, do we think enough about, like, I know people that are in capitalism, the people at the top, they are thinking they're trying to hoard it all and give it all to their family.
Right.
And so we're in that rat race. Do we join that rat race, or do we say, no, I'm just gonna live with crumbs and I'm not gonna contribute to it as much. I'm not gonna make as much money, so they're not gonna theoretically, you know, after you get to a certain threshold, they're not gonna tax me as much, so I'm not gonna work any overtime, or, you know, like do all these things to cut your nose off.
Be a little more responsible with your spending habits.
Do you do that, or do you want? I want to. When the new Batman movie comes out, am I gonna run to the movie theater and pay? Because I think everybody in Hollywood is weird. The newest movie comes out.
Now you're
running
supporting the
yeah.
film industry. Yeah.
So like,
and all you want to do is enjoy a movie for a
I
couple
just
hours.
want to enjoy the movie, but damn it, when when you talk about some of these directors, remember we talk about that over at
yeah.
Like you started going like, oh shit, I'm supporting this, but the damn movie was good. Like, what am I supposed to do? You know, or Jared, you can like most, people who are like considered freedom fighters, they pretty much don't. They die with kind of like nothing.
You did that. There was you didn't fill out no job application. There was no end the shift work. You literally did it. You don't have that today.
Right.
You're not making the same difference with those types of sacrifices because it's been done, and they found a way to circumvent people like that and still get through. That's why I do talk to people. And I talk to a couple people at work where I'm like, I just don't feel like these protests it's not the 70s, it's not the 60s, or even the 80s. Right. People are protesting by either thumbs up or thumbs down something on social media. And they feel like they've done something.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
With that, but would never go to a rally or anything like that too. So
no, our power are in like catchy memes and blocking somebody. Like I blocked them. That's my protest. I'm gonna block you. I'm gonna click do not recommend this channel.
Right.
Blah blah
bad
blah.
Review. You're gonna get a bad review.
Right. But then when I go to the gas station and the gas is $5 or $6 a day, I'm like, oh, balling up my fist at the establishment, like,
yeah, no smoke for that. I don't know. It's fucking depressing, man. I don't know.
That's why I couldn't. When I was the last time I was up here, I went on that rant about the suicide rate of black males and young black males in particular, like 20 to 24, is like it's epidemic proportions. It's like it was like 30 out of 100,000, which is higher. Which, if it was a homicide rate, that would be considered, emergency. And then like I went upstairs. I put the AC on for like an hour so it could be nice and cool because I knew I was gonna be heated when I did this. It's gonna be emotional because you were like, "Hey, man, yeah, you should do that. Yeah, do that. Get your ass up off my show. Go put that on your channel." You didn't say that, but you didn't say that. But I could take a hint.
Yeah.
Yeah, go do that shit, man.
Because that's part of it. Talking back a few minutes ago, maybe part of that is your part. To come on and voice your opinions and cause the awareness and discussion as well. That's something within our limits. That we could do too. Speak with like-minded people on this and generate some ideas with it, man, because it really is some heavy shit, and then back to what we were talking about before. So you're talking about, the suicide rate. I'm sure it coincides with these Harry Connick Sr. and the lady in the testing who do these false testing and prosecution disproportionately as well.
Yeah, the research was had racial overtones. Like the stuff that I was reading had a it was several different things, but that definitely was one of the things that were weighing heavy on our young men. And I just I did all this preparation, but then I was just like you said, I was like, this is depressing.
Because there's no light at the end of it. There's no solution.
And I really don't have a solution. It was more going to be like me venting and maybe sparking a conversation.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just putting the bug out there and seeing where it goes and seeing if, just spark conversations. But again, like I said, I did this whole setup and I went up there. I was like, yo, I'm not doing this, man. Let me powered everything down.
Right.
And went and watched HBO Max or something. You know what I mean?
Right. I mean, same thing. I showed the videos earlier and stuff. I don't have any solution for it, but now we know, if we haven't seen those videos before, we know a little bit more. We maybe even to get involved. We look at this thing with Carmelo Anthony, the super attorney team that they have now. We know we're questioning. Well, we need to be proactive. Is a lot of the from that to make sure that these oversights aren't made, and that just that the law does what it's supposed to do: give you a fair shot.
Yeah.
To make you account. Don't make you pay for. Don't make you overcompensate for anything else. But you get what the law is supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So holy shit. I know, and it just goes nowhere. And it's depressing too. And all you could really do is, number one, don't get caught up in that goddamn system, because it's easy for you to get lost. Because as you could see, you're not just fighting, this person against this person. It's you're literally fighting an industry.
You're fighting Harry, Mr. Connick and his people.
His good old boys, around the way, who, all they care about is that prosecution rate versus, what's right. And that's really the sad thing. They could boast about that rate, or conviction rate or whatever it is. And they could boast about it and not, count the casualties along the way, Holy moly. What let's get away from this last thing before we close up over here. Stephanie, what do you know about this Guthrie, this new note? Anything with that, or have you been paying attention, or anything to say on this lady, for crying out loud, so we could put that to rest?
I haven't seen the new note. What's the new note?
It's not even a new. They're saying they recovered it from like maybe February and stuff like that, with hints that she definitely is not alive anymore. I think she wasn't alive for a while, because I think she depended on some medication and shit like that too. But I don't know. It's one of these things now. Who I think when they dig deeper into it, a whole lot more people are going to be included in whatever the hell happens. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about it, but something always didn't sit right with me about that, And I think some of the communications about, that were sort of antagonizing, and said, like, I know where she is and all that stuff that came out at the beginning, or close to the beginning. I think it was sort of, cybercrime, these cybercrime gangs that are, basically running, that's all they do, right? Is like get into people's system, get into company systems, steal information, just run like, ransomware, and it just seemed kind of like along those lines. And a lot of those cybercrime gangs are trolls too. They troll when they do this stuff. So that's always how it struck me. I think one of the notes asked for Bitcoin. It's like, that's a cybercrime thing. But I do want to say, and I'm going to drop down so you can end the show. You've been on 5 hours, so
okay.
But I think. What is it? For better or for worse? I mean, there's some downsides to it, like I was talking about last week. We humans are optimistic, right? We have to be. And so I think, and it's one of the great things about humans is we do look, even when we're in very dark times, we look forward to a better day, right? And I think that motivation is going to get us out of this someday. Right, or else Jesus is going to come back, which I pray for that every day. But it's like I can't stand this anymore. Come on,
slow down, Stephanie. I mean, there's a couple of movies I want to see coming out next year. There's some shit I want to do.
And I mean that's sort of like when I see the bad things, I'm like, you come down and get us. Then also I think like you were saying about your show you were going to do about the suicide rates. I mean, I know it's hard. It's got to be. But you're showing care when you do stuff like that. You're showing that you care, and that is a great influencer for other people. When you show you care, and for people who are going through that, it really matters. And then for people who aren't, it opens their eyes to care too, and I think, and it's not so much that you care about the issue, that's important, but you care about people who are going through that. And I think, like, to get through this system, it's not so much about not being complacent. That to elevate, like, how much your personal actions can make a difference in capitalism, it kind of takes the focus away from the corporations and the people who are really benefiting off of it. Because, like, one person's, like, socially conscious investment is not going to change the stock market, right? And so, your eyes can't have to stay on, like, who's actually causing this, and that's not us, and so we have to do our best to survive and to have, a decent, good life, right? And whatever that means to you, and and for a lot of people that requires money, quite a bit of money these days, and so you're not at fault. You're not doing anything wrong by trying to keep your head above water, have a good life, and provide for your family, and that they have a good life. And it's just a situation we've been put in, and we have to do the best we can while we're in it. And that's probably going to be our entire life. But it's all we can do is just care about each other and love on each other and just try to get other people through this. And it just, you got to do the best you can, and make sure we can't feel guilty because we didn't cause this stuff. And then just where we can help, and realize that man must know his limitations also. And so we can't. You're not responsible. And I think all we could do is just care for the people in our community, whether it's online or offline, and just help each other. I think that's the best we could do right now.
Yeah, just sometimes it's about kind of just getting out of my own way, just doing something, just doing it, and then putting it there, and then whatever it is, it's just gonna be, and not worry about it, and but I honestly, I'm gonna revisit it, but I honestly did talk myself out of it because I just was just like, it was just very heavy, and I was just, I was just like, but I was, it's something I'm passionate about, but the other thing was to, like, kind of like fear of, like, what I felt about it came out naturally, and now it's kind of going to be like kind of like a production, you know what I mean?
Okay.
So I was like, I can't, like, when I was talking to you guys, I was really feeling that, and I was passionate about it, and I'm still passionate about the idea of it, and wanting people to look at it and at least spark conversation and what could we do. But then it was like, okay, now I'm going to be doing the recording, and like, how do I approach it? It was, what I'm saying, it was just a bunch of things that I talked myself out of it. But I'm glad I came up here. I'm glad Stephanie kind of did what the last call did. I know motherfucker. I heard you. Okay, go do it now.
That's right. Showing up. Yeah. So you got to get Steph out of here. Thank you, Steph.
Thank you.
Always appreciate your insight, your conversation, you as a person. Thank you for coming around and giving us that, man. Definitely.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me rant.
And Stephanie, for guys like me and Last Call, who are probably going to be outside of the 144,000 that is going to actually, don't try to bring them here a little earlier than is it okay? All right.
Okay. I'll talk to Jesus for y'all. I'll try to put it in good words. Yeah. All right. Okay, I'll talk to y'all next Friday. Bye.
All right,
Steph.
All right, man. You about to be out?
I am, man. But hang on for a couple seconds.
Okay.
So I think when you you're looking to do this thing, I know you worry about the nature of it, and maybe being tied to that sort of material all the time. But I don't think that's the case with these topics and stuff that you do, because even though how you approach it you still have people who are going to pop up on the panel, people that are going to be in the chat, that although, we tackle some of these issues, still going to make it quite bearable and encouraging, because, that's the nature of what we do. It's the nature of you, me, to look into these sort of things, the serious nature of it, but also, on the lighter side of things, take in our conversation what we have, like we pulled out some pretty big questions tonight, just about, holy shit, is this, we saw the other videos, we're multiplying that by 1,000, different cities and situations and police departments and everything too. And one could draw to the conclusion that just like, damn, it's impossible. This is just a upgoing escalator, a bullshit with or without. But, even so, we're having these discussions about how do you deal with that on a daily, you focus on your space. What do you do? Like even just having these conversations and sharing some of the information that we share on that stuff. I even started thinking about, I would want you to do a live. About it, but there's nothing wrong with doing a presentation and dropping a video on it, and then picking up pieces apart on a live, from that too. So there's different ways. I don't think you should ever be concerned with how serious your topics are. If that's a part of you, is that some shit on your mind, you don't have to keep it to yourself. You've got this platform, you got many different things. So we were fucking talking about movies on your podcast last time. We were talking about movies, we got into some conversations, had some good laughs and all that kind of stuff. So we have those topics that we do, and we do some serious ones that are probably more necessary, for things to look at. I really like the awareness aspect of the things that we get into also, because it always, even when I forget and it's just in my own memory bank and I kind of bring it up in a live, whatever the topic is, like this isn't common knowledge, or some people know about it and some people don't. And they're kind of like, show a clip, whatever the hell that you're talking about. That's another person, a couple more people that know about the shit too and everything too, man. So do your thing, man.
Yeah. I think I probably do an upload and then leave it for people if they want to have a further discussion. Shoot me email and then we could do a panel, because the panel discussions, like stuff like that, I kind of want to I want to be responsible, and I think one of the responsible things might be is to kind of mine through it with somebody who's a professional.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Because it's a mental health issue, and I have mental health first aid training, which is required for my job because I'm responding to things, and certain things may not be just a medical emergency. It may be a mental health emergency. So that's part of the whole thing now. But so in that vein, the main thing is doing it, being responsible. If it's going to be a full-on discussion, the upload is probably a little better, where I can just kind of lead a question out there and then put the stats out, speak from the heart. More importantly, speak from the heart, put the stats out, and then leave it there. And I'm going to do it. I will do it. I should be done with. I think I'll have it done by the end of this week. I got a little time on a couple of days, so appreciate y'all. This community is growing, and that's what this is about for me. Connecting with people. People have shied away from connecting with people online and things like that, but I'm enjoying the connection. I appreciate what you do, and Stephanie for the encouragement. So
no doubt.
I'm gonna hop down. You're probably gonna play some tunes. I'm at work, so I'll be riding around listening to you for a little bit.
All right, cool. I'm not going to be too long, but yeah, I'm going to drop some of those, and definitely appreciate you. And please, by any means, man, look for my support when you're doing your stuff too, man, so I can be there and support the movement.
Absolutely, brother. Y'all be safe.
All right, man. Have a good night.
Yes.
Party people. Wow. What a night. Here we are again, man. Another great Friday night. Thank you for joining panel. Of course, I got to thank the co-hostess with the mostest, Josephine, the Chatavist. You know, great doing this thing with her, man. Great insight. And she ducked out today, which is okay, you know. You got to do what you got to do, man. And you need that rest, take care of yourself, you know. And then we had brother of a certain age, you know, definitely appreciate that. The insight and conversation of Stephanie Collins. Just a great damn team, man. Let me, I'm not going to stay too long if we're looking for the mixes. I might just do a few. A little tired myself, if I admit it, man. So let me start at the top. Who came through DMO with what's up? She didn't come back, man. I know people check in and then leave too. I'm all cool. My boo who stuck with us. Good to have you over here too, man. And vibrant. Anybody that we steal from on the block with big rigs channel is definitely welcome here too, man. Lorna, OG Emmanuel, met us in the mix too, man. Beautiful, if I didn't say before. Briggs, and we catch all these people. Anybody's name who you see over there, you know. It's funny, I catch Big Riggs, you know, when he's got the DJ session, you know, DJ / smoke session going on over there. It's cool as hell, man. Just something to do. Sometimes I might be driving, sometimes I might just get home. I think I'm on lunch a couple of those times too, you know. Just to hear what somebody else is doing in another city, you know, halfway across over there too, man. Melanated, who came to join us. Also, who else? Tay-Bay, or as Be Easy says, Tay-Bay. Tay-Bay. And of course, we had Steph, man. Go check out all these people, please, man. If I'm not in one place, I'm the other, as long as I, you know, have time. And my Lorna would tell me if I'm forgetting anybody. Identity Withheld comes in to scold me once in a while. Don't worry, man. We're not going too crazy. Naps was here in the house also. We're not going too crazy tonight is all I could tell you. Play a couple tunes. Man, my back and shit was hurting, but I feel a little bit better now. I feel more optimistic about the gym tomorrow, so I might have to do that. God damn it, when I wake up, even though I don't want to. Anyway, I'm talking way too much when I want to be playing the jams. I just want to make sure I take the time. Thank everybody for just hanging, man, on your Friday night, and I hope you have a great start of your weekend. Man, take care of yourself, take care of the others you care about and around you. Be a good person. Word. I'm gonna back in the days, I don't know if anybody got the privilege of being able to put records on. You know, there was a way on the side. There was like a little lever thing to put down the record all smooth like and shit. Or you could try to freestyle if you had the coordination to be able to drop the record needle down where you needed to without making it that sound. Dropping it on the record, man. Very tough skill. And like this is the 93rd episode, just reminding you of that, man. Thanks for making it this far, everybody, man. Some real shit. Souls of Mischief to celebrate. After go back. Fortunate to have all those people in the community, man. This is how we chill. This is how we chill tonight. This is how we chill. Chilling. Quality. You can just listen to the beat. Nah, I mean, how we chill.
So you just figure I'm getting out of jail, and you just figure I'm eventually gonna get a hold of something. That's how we get down? Okay then. I've been doing this shit for a long fucking time, nigga. If some fluky ass shit happen and I go to jail, nigga, wait for your young partner, who do big shit for the whole fucking crew, nigga. That's real talk. I couldn't see a 9 to 5 fitting in my equation, and I never had no patience for school. The education was basic. I earned my doctorate on the block. My friend put my dirty work in. Yeah, my hot ones need oxygen. Oh shit, the 4/5 to 9 milli. If he think he a villain, I let the cater start swilling. And I'm not afraid. I'm hyphy as Hussein. A bullet in your brain, a hole the size of the Ukraine. Shells hit the ground. It sound like loose change. It made me start to think about my place in the food chain. Numerous jack moves, $500,000. Bought a house on the hill to relax and chill in. Small time, really, all my niggas be building. I emerged from the theater of war resilient. Some turn to heroin to try to experiment, but my heart pumped jet fuel. I'm sharp as a pyramid.
My competition plotting when they talking, I'm hearing it. But they
you as well. You as well, Steph.
Is only 15 days old. Nothing finna stop me, I'ma get these pesos. Why they tricking money messing with these strange hoes? I'm scheming to jack them, then I quickly change clothes. I got bread, but just middleman money. And the way I earned it, IRS ain't getting that from me. I sit a fool down, have him kicking back bloody, cause his life is a joke that really isn't that funny. My cash comes quick, but goes even faster. At this rate, somebody family gon' need a pastor, a deacon or a reverend if I ain't seeing no Benjamins. Fuck forensics, cause I ain't leaving no evidence. Cut the shit and tell a nigga where the cheddar is. Give it up. Where that?
See, I done stayed down, way down. Feel like I'm on my way now. So many schemes, one gotta pay out. A nigga lied if he said dope dealing to play out. Did a little time and then went harder when I came out. Went back jacking for get back action. Enough to get that sack and get back cracking. flipped that shack to a big fat mansion. I didn't kick back, wasn't no time for chit chat and yapping. Now I'm up off the curb, strictly soft serve. When the snow gets slow, which it don't, I got perp, pills, and pussy. Yeah, she got that good gushy, and she recruiting. You ain't paying, then keep it moving.
I go hard on the factor like Bernardo the tractor. Known renowned for mowing them down, mafia style. Some shun the spectacular, murder for wealth. But I filled the cemetery all by my damn self. Then it's cigarette smuggling, real estate, and racketeering. Slowly but surely, my rivals start disappearing. Keep a pistolier and a mountaineer. Power steering on a deer skin trench by the pipe wrench. Snipe hinch men down on my spare time. Foolproof alibis, I ain't did near crime. And that's glove prints on the bootleg wine in the trunk. Don't make me use the semi-auto 9 in the pump.
You got it. 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 You got it.
You think you the man cause you got it.
People always plotting to scam us.
You got it.
I'm feeling that thick ass girl.
You got it.
What she got might change the world.
You got it.
You ain't gotta run if
You got it.
give me what I want if
You got it.
fire up that blunt if
You got it. You got it. You got it.
Hey, somebody ran up on me like you got it. My people who ride it and let the dude nod it. They the type of folk that's known to snatch a fool wallet. Tough turn buttery, melt like blue bonnet. I gave them a job and that is making you stop it. You can't get it from me, I'm keeping a cool profit. Immune to niggerism that was cool concocted.
You got it.
Say what?
You got it.
I won't say her name, just call her Jane Doe. But I spot her like trouble police in plain clothes. Angel starts singing when she entered the room. Thick Malaysian. I met her on the 18th of June. A fine summertime day, puffing on a bomb J. She exhaled and truly I'd say she blew me away. Dipped in the candy walls of Miss Majestic. Skipped the antidepressant, her panties the wettest.
You think you the man cause
You know, I forgot. 7 came to visit us too, man. How dare? How dare? I forget. I know. Horrible. All right, just a few more, man, and then we're gonna retire it.
Tour stories. True stories. Tour stories. True stories.
Yeah, what we talking about?
Ain't no way to count all the flights I'm taking. Chilling in Australia with them white Jamaicans. In Tokyo, I wasn't relaxing when I slumped. They throw the book at you if they catch you with a rope. International ladies be giving up the numbers. Your homie get around like Christopher Columbus. And they know I'll be back like Arnold at Carnal. Soon as I slam the car door, that's hard, folk. A lot of brothers, but not me. You could watch the Travel Channel, probably spot me. And I'm very thankful I ain't gotta be cocky, but I'm flying a motherfucker. Somebody stop me.
Tour stories. True stories. Tour stories. True stories.
Tour story about this, never thought it'd be real. Trains, planes, and automobiles.
Now we relaxing though, skiing in Jackson Hole, eating baked Alaskan, seeds in a bag of dough, scheming on stacks of dough. Either it's fast or slow, steadily as we go, better react. Now you can walk like a zombie, a monster match. Like that brain dead mommy, give me all the cash. Get that fake ball freaking like Nate Dogg singing, without the grapes of the 8-ball drinking. Playboy bunnies with oak, snapping pictures, cause I got the gift of gab like Blackalicious. And your African princess acting different. If you ever disrespect, you have to get chin-checked.
Tour stories. True stories. Tour stories. True stories.
Tour story about this, never thought it'd be real. Trains, planes, and automobiles.
Tour stories.
Pandemonium when souls touch down. Bust like the Grey Goose, Bishop's home for now. Buzzed off that Grey Goose, then the Patron come out. Woods roll way loose and they floating around. Them woods hold they booze when I'm patrolling the crowd, cause they can't hold they booze and for sure gon' put out. I used to stand in they shoes and hope to get out. Fools had to pay dues, finally broke some ground. Now my toes to touch ground, where the seasons is opposite. I done folded some pounds, I done folded some buy some yen from rocking it. Yeah, rocking it, and I'm back to rock again. That's the best part about the
Tour
shit.
stories. True stories. Tour stories. True stories.
Tour story about this, never thought it'd be real.
was crushed, broke down, and they soaring. Wow, stay torn. Went from transpo trams to Astro vans. Never had no plans to Sambo, man. My famo flam. Freak nicking passed out in Amsterdam. Sugar water got a mule kick, I'm back on land. Uncle Ron played the guitar for 40 years. Said he never been around the world like us. His eyes tear when we took the Learjet. Before we got our ears wet, all across the hemisphere, and we ain't even there yet. Clear net to the task, scam 20 minutes set. 4 mics in a sec, tours heighten intellect.
Tour stories. True stories. Tour stories. True stories. Tour stories.
Dream about this, never thought it'd be real.
True stories.
Trains, planes, and automobiles.
Tour stories. Tour stories. True stories.
Man, I like that beat so
We
much.
try to represent real hip hop worldwide. We've been on this tour now damn near 2 months, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause we travel all the way to be on this stage here tonight.
Bay Area, stand up. Where y'all at? Couple more. Then we'll call it. You know, I love this one. Real B-boy shit. Can't do it like that. Gotta do it like this.
What? The mic's on you. After dark.
You.
After dark is ripping season. After dark, it might happen for the wrong reasons. After dark, and it don't cease until the break of dawn. I shoot the breeze in the heat of the night. What you gonna do? After dark, yeah. Why don't you come into what I'm into? Slip into darkness and listen. I rhyme monumental. Never I fought to alter my ulterior assault to inferior thoughts of people. In the process, the party weeble wobble, but it don't fall down.
Hey.
It won't stall now.
Hey.
Beware, the boys bad after 7 when the lights go go click, my mic injects nitro into my bloodstream. I get to gushing, cold crushing lyrics so much, reach out and touch things unexplored. From hits to flops that plummet, the synopsis is we rock this shit day and night. But it gets intense to extents of pleasure unmeasurable when I'm laying piping domes, protected by the microphone. When nightfall, I fall in my zone and it's on. After dark, it's ripping season. After dark, it might happen for the wrong reasons. After dark, and it don't cease until the break of dawn. I shoot the breeze.
All right, winding it down. About 2 more.
Evidence and Babu on the beat. For souls of mischief, so unique, yo, upset it.
I'm sharper than Clive Barker, a Stephen King when I'm authoring evil things. I smoke you like a Marlboro, but I'm a Chiba fiend, puffin' white zombie that make the people dream of cities ago. Around the world twice before I was 20 years old. Fucking slutty assholes and top-notch babes spending money on O. Offering to from me some coke. Listen, baby, I'm a lyricist, that's not my thing. I slang dope, but not pharmaceuticals, super flow. Yeah, numero uno, cause you know the human cat scan would read your brain. They say he's insane. Listen to my raps, man, colder than zero. I freeze the rain. Hail Mary, we remain. Don't care if we front page on the Rolling Stone. It's in my chromosomes to hold my own. Rock till I'm overthrown. I'm jackhammering raps and stone walls, and I won't fall victim. Draw quick, I'm awesome, incredible, federal, like 40 water, hotter than an orgy. Spot a corny nigga from a mile away. Yeah, east side Oakland. Raise me that way, I got my 3 eyes open. Get played like a saxophone, fracture bones, knees, thighs, head, and keep firing when I hear sirens.
Find your own, gotta find your own before your time is gone. See me all dying alone. I never been the one to crime condone, but who the fuck am I to imply what you decide is wrong? Give a fuck about what side you on, or you'll go when it kills. Niggas keeping it real, don't pay none of my bills. Still I keep at it to feed my weed habit. No season, sticky please, I don't need ass.
Developing this rap shit. You got to understand. Me developing this rap shit. Me developing this rap shit. You got to understand. Me developing this rap.
Here we go.
I'm shot with thunder on the trackboard, throwing heat like Goose Gossage. Sidearm like a firearm on a hostage. Ready for combat as contact sport with Gat Force high phonics. They high drama like Trump and Ivana. I'm on 2600 sharp and nimble. Transmission double clutch, I double dust the cymbal. Pimp diffusion, monophonics mini Mugen. Skate the quarter note like blades on Olympic luges. Fluctuate my deluxe delusion, a state of flux maneuver. I'm armor all on vinyl, y'all vaginal. Get a candlelight vigil when vital signs are final. Flatline your spinal, throw rhymes in tight spirals. Hammer up through the headwinds with evidence, Babu and Ira science. Yeah, hire a sniper. I still dodge the bullets while I windmill the Viper. High performance and use your face for windshield wipers. Have you wearing 6-inch heels and a diaper, bitch? Now you get banged for your buck, not baiting.
Poets often use many words to say a simple thing. It takes thought and time and rhyme to make a poem sing.
Okay, they raid apartment 409 for the simple green. Mr. Clean flushed it all down the drain. Oh, gliding off in the comet, knocking that black flag. Bounce to the Roach Motel, the Palm Olive ass. Left my black magic on a real low pad. I dish liquid, ultra vivid, spit it like kiwi scuff. I'm on ya, put your llama away, I got lava. You soft squirrel, rubber maid, call me father. Spick and span like Procter and Gamble. Armed with the hammer, spray a star shirt like Niagara. Behold these hot shots, signal SOS. So be easy on the static, guard your neck and chest.
Poets often use many words to say a simple thing. It takes thought and time and rhyme to make a poem sing.
I'm in the truck turning corners with Melinda and Mona. They flew in from Bucktown and wanna see California. See, I'm blue collar tennis shoe pimpin', they new Prada. My intellect got 'em cause my mouthpiece slaughter. Fake Scorpio women, you puzzled, I never fought her. My strong Willie dynamite dick and up blow they socks off. Better be a massacre, sink like Davies Locker. Deep as an elevator shaft in Africa. Blackula, hypnotism, fizzing off the Charleston Blue. Super fly Portuguese women, I'm digging you. Egyptian and French, call it Cleopatra, Joan of Arc. Make the monkey hustle hard, bless the microphone to start.
Poets often use many words to say a simple thing. It takes thought and time and rhyme to make a poem sing.
Never paid $1 for some collar. First time in Rhode Island, got a proper copper. When I get a migraine, I call a brain doctor. When she starts the operation, you can't stop her. I want no action if it's done with no passion. Something more like a knob or a pole lashing. Often associated with Scully or Lewinsky. Mulder, get your president on, tell him you busy. Yeah, that's some of the coolest. I got full respect for tonsils and that, yeah. Sometimes I gotta roll slow home when this girl driving me nuts with some road on. My favorite song is when she played the meat flute. She turned my Air Force Ones into genie boots. Now she clean my cabinets all of the time. Didn't know she liked to buff, wax, polish, and shine. Come on.
Poets often use many words to say a simple thing. It takes thought and time and rhyme to make a poem sing.
Man, I done scoured the hood looking for some of that good. You know what I'm talking about. That shit to get you cotton mouth, man. Some smoke, some choke, some dope, some dank, some bud, some sticky, some grapes, some crumbs. I need an eight, a dub, a qualo, a zone, a elbow. I ain't trying to tell you on the phone, man. You can't just hop on the receiver talking about some reefer or cheaper. The people, man, you got to be discreet. I want some fire, some vibe, some crime, some kill, some green, some dirt. Anything but some dirt, man. Some Doja, some Roper, some Bush, some fruits, some trees, nigga. Do you got some weed, nigga?
Poets often use many words to say a simple thing. It takes thought and time and rhyme to make a poem sing. Poets often use many words to say a simple thing. It takes thought and time and rhyme to make a poem sing.
Yeah. All right. I'll throw a bonus in here before I sign off. But I am signing off. And this is the bonus. Yo, thank you, everybody, for hanging out, man. Replay, current people, after hours, all that stuff. We'll keep it with the Bay. All that build up. I pressed the wrong button. All right, here we go.
Yo, what's up? This is Tajay of the Mighty Souls of Mischief crew. I'm chilling with my man Festo, my man A+, and my man Boat. You know he's dope. Yeah. And right now, we're just maxing in the studio. We're hailing from East Oakland, California, and sometimes it gets a little hectic out there. But right now, we gonna up you on how we just chill.
Dollar 7 digits, call up Bridget, her man's a midget. Plus she got fringe, yo, I can dig it. Here's a 40 swigget, you know it's frigid. I got him chilling in the cooler, break out the ruler. Damn, that's the fattest dog I ever seen. The weather's keen in Cali, getting weeded makes it feel like Maui. Now we feel the good vibrations. So many females, so much inspiration.
I get inspired by the blunts too. I'll front you. If you hang with a bunk crew, I roam the strip for bones to pick. When I find one, I am gun. Take her home and quickly do this. Yeah. I need not explain this. A plus is famous, so get the anus.
Hey, miss, who's there? I'm through there, no time to do hair. The flicks it ain't, so get straight. You look great, let's rub now. Or rub down some flavor. Later, there's the theater. We in the gut, the cinema was mediocre. Take her to the crib so I can stroke her.
Kids get broke for their skins when I'm in. Close range, I throw game at your dip like handball, cause the man's all that. I'm leading chill from 93 till. Yeah, this is how we chill from 93 till.
This is how we
Episode 93 till.
This is how we chill from 93 till. This is how we chill from 93 till.
This is how we chill from 93 till.
This is how we chill from 93 till.
This is how we chill from 93 till.
93 Bay.
Yeah, bitch. Dre and the motherfucking dog. Yeah, the one.
Backflip.
Believe it.
Gotta turn this
You know what I'm
up.
saying? It's that bass shit, you know what I'm saying? That real shit. From back then and now. You know
Man,
what
I'm a
talking
coke rap spitter, a hairpin trigger, a crime rhyme dealer is iller, but on the rilla, spin around tornado, lust for the words, wrap it up like dope, fly like a bird, nothing but baking soda, the Motorola do it well, up in your face, man, with something to sell, I'm like a chronic vision pigeon, tiger spinning in time, through 45, 3, 57s and 9s, my figure eight is real, it's not fake, strawberry soda, garlic bread and steak, ahead of the chase and high behind the wheel, you talk more money and we can make a deal.
Make a deal, square ass nigga. We face stunners, bitch. Turf tie rap niggas, nigga, from the street up, nigga. Can you feel it?
I'm not a screw face. I keep my boots laced and listen to the homies brag about they gun case. They off taste, crank beat with more bass. My court date, and I came in hella late. Don't cross game, wear rings with no chains. Holla at the guard if you a rap cat, man. Nickel plated, that an image is penetrated. I put that on my life, I'm glad you never made it. Raw hide, all in my bloodline. You never find a drug like me of no kind. Don't hide, cause it makes it more divine to put you in the firing line on Valentine, February, or was it January? I lose my memory when it comes to you canaries. It's necessary, on guard with what you carry. Split the middle of the suture, then add the blueberry.
Unravel the backwood, nigga, with your stupid ass. That's what's wrong with you niggas. You niggas ain't lace, nigga. We lace niggas like boots.
I'm not a damn fool. I live by Bay rules, Bay slang, and I'm doing my Bay thing. Make change, get bread to kick game. I know you got ass, but you's a lame freak dame. No shame, and I'm greedy to the brain. You know the pit bull is off the chugga chugga chain. Clear the lane on the freeway of pain. I don't spend dollars on expensive champagne. Rip hearts, and I pound the skylarks. Pedal to the metal with my Wu-Tang Clarks. New sway from the stage to the grave. Hot days means pistols in the shade. It ain't strange, motherfucker, you sell cane. Add a little color to the picture frame. The rhyme cheetah, throw on a white beater. T-shirt, jeans, tennis shoes, didn't see ya.
Didn't see ya, man. Gotta get away from you, man. We shaking, split shit like Vic, man. You know what I'm saying? The new nigga to the table, man, bring it on, man.
And this analogy is a new strategy. And this academy is headed for a tragedy. It sounds to me that you're trying to break free. And snakes like me don't allow that, see? At close range, you can see my vertigo. Venom in the soul and I'm ready to let it go. With no control, man, it can grow like a rose. And I'm standing right there with my field mode pose. When a child cries, and the heart of father dies. Punch you in the eye to let you know that you alive. Lethal, multiply to equal. Bumpin' Zebo on the way to Tahoe. I'm stage left at the stove of main chef. Man, cook it up and keep it from the ATF. The Barracuda, yo, the rhyme roof shooter. Running down the stairs of the project's doer. Kamikaze, rip your sound just for.
Why don't you do what you do?